This Security Plus training series is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And to get access to the training documents for Security Plus, as well as all of the practice questions inside of that slideshow, as well as the mock examination links that are available in the documents, you would join Hackaholics Anonymous as either a cyber agent, cyber guardian, or a cyber master. And if you join as any one of those tiers, you get exclusive downloads, which includes all of these Security Plus training documents and mock exams, so on and so forth. But you would also get Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity, pen testing. You would get access to live streams that go on monthly with me, Discord servers for advanced members, exclusive downloads, exclusive content, and of course a myriad of other things as well. And it would be my pleasure to actually see you inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. And to be able to join, you would need to simply just click the link in the description below. You can also come to our homepage on the channel and just click on this simple little join button that we have over here, or you can go to youtube.com/hankhackshackers/join, and that would give you access to that little pop-up that you just saw, which shows you all of the different tiers of Hackaholics Anonymous. All right, now we get to talk about security architecture, and the very first chapter of that would be the network security basics. So when you think about the architecture of a building, you can think about how that would require, support beams. There is drywall, there is wooden pillars, as well as cement and concrete and plaster. And I'm kind of limited on my construction knowledge, but you can think about what goes into a building being put up, and going from the foundation of the building, right? So actually having to carve out the foundation into the ground and do some excavation so that you can put some pipes into the ground for your water and gas, and then actually laying the concrete foundation, and then establishing locations where you can put your support beams and then start building the walls and each floor and so on and so forth. When you think about it like that, the concept of network architecture and security architecture will start making sense as well. And so when you look at the concept of cybersecurity and security in general, the network itself is kind of the most important part. And then the network consists of a variety of segments, which all consist of a variety of computers and machines who use them, and then the employees that use them, and then it just kind of gets more specific as you expand on the concept of the network. So the network would end up being our foundation when we're thinking about security architecture, which then makes sense for us to actually talk about the network security basics. So network security is the practice of safeguarding an organization's network infrastructure from unauthorized access, misuse, or theft. It involves creating resilient designs and applying layered defenses to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And network security and the network infrastructure of a building can involve the actual machines and the routers and the switches and so on and so forth, but it can also involve the security team. It could involve the security layout of the building. It can involve essentially every layer, as it mentions over here, applying layered defenses. And that could be physical infrastructure as well as your technical and logical infrastructure as well. So that's what we're going to be talking about as we just kind of follow along our network security basics, as well as just the rest of the security architecture portion here. The first thing that we do need to understand is that there are different types of network topologies. So we mentioned this earlier in this training series. And the topology, specifically that phrase, that word, refers to the layout of the devices and how they connect within a network. And then understanding these different topologies will make you much more functional. It's very critical for designing secure and efficient networks. So for you understand the topology, then you kind of can wrap your head around, okay, well, this is how we would secure this particular topology, and then what the individual vulnerabilities are, the pros and cons, so to speak, of each network topology type. And it goes into great depths when you go into Network Plus teachings and so on and so forth. So we are not going to go as deep as they go into this when you are studying for Network Plus. However, I think you'll get a good enough understanding of these topologies so that everything else that we talk about as far as security is concerned will start to make sense as well. So the bus topology would be the first one. And in a bus topology, all the devices are connected to a single central cable, which is the bus. And then when you see the visual, it'll start making sense. This layout is simple and cost-effective, but can lead to network congestion and limited scalability. If the bus cable is cut, then the entire network can go down. And it's simple to implement and requires less cabling, which is the advantage. But the disadvantage is a failure in the bus cable can bring down the entire network, and performance degrades as the number of devices increases. Now, to look at this visually, this is what it actually looks like visually. So this is the bus topology, basically. So on each end, you have the terminators, which is not referencing the Arnold Schwarzenegger conversation here. The two terminators will actually connect the segment, which is the wire, so to speak, that we were just mentioning. And for each layer of this, or not each layer of this, for each segment that you see here, this portion that you see right here, there's a machine that's connected to it. And then you can technically have as many or as few as you would want in this case. But what happens is that the connection goes back and forth between these two terminators, and that needs to be in place. This is the main portion, the main segment of this topology that needs to be in place in order for all of these computers to actually have access. And the communication goes back and forth from end to end. And if there is one cut right here in this portion of this, then all of these machines will lose connectivity and the entire network is down, because this line, this segment that you see right here, this is the full path that the network connection, the network packets or the frames would take, that would be going back and forth in this for this to be functional. And if this guy wanted to communicate with this guy, it would go all the way through, and then each one of these guys would also have the opportunity to intercept that communication. And if it's in promiscuous mode, then all of them would actually get that communication. And then if this one wanted to communicate with this one, it would do the same thing. Essentially, these two locations that you see right here, they connect all of these guys, whether or not they want to be connected or whether or not they want to communicate with each other. That once that connection is established, everything in this topology gets to communicate with each other without discrimination, so to speak. And this is the most basic version of a topology, and it relies on, again, these two ends, and then there's the segment in the middle that connects all of these devices. Very, very simple, doesn't require much wiring, fairly easy to do if you have a handful of devices. But if your network gets bigger and there is more machines and more devices that connect to your network, especially through physical wiring, then it becomes way, way slow, because, again, the communication goes back and forth from end to end. So imagine instead of only having 4, there's 400, and all of those devices are going to be connected to that same exact segment, and now it's going to feed the connection back and forth across all 400 devices, which is where the slowing down comes in the more devices you add to this thing. So the more devices that you add to this, the slower it becomes. That's essentially the point that we're trying to make here. Our next topology would be the ring topology. And in ring topology, the devices are connected in a circular fashion like a ring, with each device connected to 2 others, forming a closed loop. The data travels in one direction around the ring until it reaches the destination. This can handle higher traffic loads without performance degradation, but a failure in any one of the devices or the cable can break the ring, causing the entire network to fail. And so it can handle higher traffic, but again, it's very similar to the bus topology in the sense that any one of the devices or the cable getting any kind of a failure, it will cause the entire network to fail. So let's look at that visual so you can kind of wrap your head around that one a little bit. And this is our small ring topology. And so let's say it's going in clockwise, it would continue in this flow. So if this guy wants to communicate with this guy, the communication would have to go through all of this and then come this way, because it only goes one direction, right? And so if this guy wants to communicate with this guy, it would go through this one and then get here. And the traffic goes in one flow. Any chink in this, any of these wires that you see right here, or any of these devices, if any of these devices goes down, the entire network goes down, which is one of the big flaws of this topology. But it is better than the bus topology in the sense that you can actually add more devices to this without the connectivity being degraded, or without the speed of the network being degraded. But it's very simple, right? It's a simple concept to understand. You have the wire that connects these two together, then it connects these two, and it connects these two, and they're all in that same loop, in that same ring, and then it goes in one direction, either clockwise or counterclockwise. I mean, for this visual, we're thinking about it as clockwise or clockwise or counterclockwise, but essentially it would be going in one direction. And this is computer A right here. It would need to go to B, C, D to get to D. So if the A wants to communicate with D, it would have to go through this whole thing to get to D. And that's the concept behind the ring topology. So the big flaw here is the fact that if A goes down, the entire network goes down. If there's a cut right here in this wire, the entire network goes down, which is similar to what happens with the bus topology. It's just that the advancement that happens with the ring compared to the bus is that you can actually add more devices to this and it'll still maintain its speed and connectivity without degradation, right? Without losing its power. But apart from that, it's very similar in the concept that if any of these go down, or if there's a cut in any of portions of the wire, the entire network goes down. Then we have the star topology. So all of the devices or the nodes are connected to a central device, typically a switch or a hub. So this is where the networks start actually getting more advanced, because we've now introduced the conversation of, or the concept of a switch or a hub. Now, I will say that, going a little bit kind of more detailed into this, the switch is superior to the hub. The hub was kind of the first instance of a connectivity device that would connect, or a central device that would connect all of these nodes. And then the switch came around because the switch is much smarter and it can differentiate between which computer or which node it wants to deliver the information to. The hub would kind of blast it out to everybody. It was a dumb device, quote unquote. That's actually kind of like the technical term as well. It was the dumber version of the switch. But you, for the most part, are going to deal with switches or need to know about switches, but they act the same way. So a switch and or a hub will essentially have the same capability, where they can connect all of the different nodes to each other via that central location. It's just that the switch is smarter in a sense that if computer A wants to communicate with computer D, then it will only communicate with computer D via the ports on the switch. If it was connected to a hub, the hub will send that blast out to everybody, and then D would be like, oh, this is actually for me. And then that's where that communication will actually end. The central device location, or the central device existing, is the key element of a star, and then all of the devices are connected to that central device, and then that allows them to communicate with each other. This is easier to set up and expand. Failure of a single device will not affect the entire network, because now we actually have the switch in place that will connect the entire network. However, if the switch goes down, then the network does go down. Simplified troubleshooting, as issues can often be traced to the central device, being the switch or the hub. The disadvantage is that the central device fails, the entire network goes down. So again, if the switch or the hub goes down, the entire network goes down. Higher hardware costs due to the need for a central device. Instead of just wires connecting to each other, now you actually need to have a switch, and switches can be they can be pretty pricey depending on which model you get and how many nodes it actually can support. So this is just our basic description of the star. So let's actually look at a visual of the star. We can see that we have the hub right in the middle here. It could also be a switch. You have all of these various devices connecting through the central hub to each other. And then this one is a printer. We have 4 computers. And essentially, they're all hardwired to the hub, right? And so if the hub goes down, or if the switch goes down, if the central device goes down, the entire network goes down. However, apart from that, this can expand out to as many ports as the switch will support. And then each one of these could actually be its own network segment technically. And then it could all be fed from this switch, right? So this is the, I would say this is the first in the advanced versions of the topologies that starts really getting some good support and functionality for bigger networks, and then based on the segmentation of your network as well as the quality of the actual switch that's being used in the middle right here, that will determine how large your network can become. And each one of these computers that you see right here could actually be a network segment that would have its own router, and then they're connected to that router supports, you know, a dozen computers in that location, a dozen computers here, so on and so forth. So the ISP network connection would come to the switch, and then from there, or I guess it would come from the modem would connect to the switch would then feed to each individual device or to each individual network segment. And then we can move on to our next one, which ends up just kind of building on top of this. We can start evolving from here. The mesh topology is where the devices are interconnected with multiple redundant paths for data transmission. So redundancies is what happens when you need a backup connection or a safeguard in place, just in case any of those paths goes down. You don't want to lose the network connection. High fault tolerance is one of the big advantages here. So if one connection fails, data can still reroute and it can still deliver, and the network won't go down. The improved performance due to load balancing and distributed traffic, which is another element that ends up becoming more and more required in modern networks. So load balancing, meaning if something is now being overwhelmed or overloaded, then that traffic can go through one of those redundant paths or one of those extra paths, and the traffic will still be distributed and it won't put too much pressure on the network. The disadvantage is that this can actually be complex to set up as well as maintain, and of course it becomes more expensive due to more cabling and hardware requirements. This is what the mesh topology looks like. So each one of these dark blue lines that you see right here is a network connection or a wiring connection. And you can see that there's literally multiple connections that go back and forth between each one of these computers, right? So there's one that goes to this one as well as this one, and then one that goes to this one and one that goes to that one. And then there's also the ones that go directly between these ones. So if any of these technically go down, the network itself won't go down because there are so many redundancies in place for all of these guys to be able to communicate with each other. If multiple ones of these goes down, then that ends up becoming an issue. You can mesh together the star topologies as well. So you can, at this point, you can start kind of putting together central devices as well, and then have those connections be back and forth between the machines themselves as well as the central devices. The concept of redundancy ends up becoming a really big deal in the mesh topology, that you have multiple connections going back and forth between these devices, so that in case any one of these wires was cut, or for whatever reason it wasn't working, the network could still function and they could still communicate with each other. Which actually brings us to the hybrid topology. And the concept of the hybrid is the combination of multiple topologies. So you can have a star mesh topology, or you can have a bus star topology to fit specific use cases, or to establish more functionality, or to provide redundancies, so on and so forth. So the idea here is that you get flexibility to meet diverse organizational requirements based on the requirements of the organization. It is scalable and can leverage the strengths of different topologies. That's a whole concept here. And the disadvantage is that it becomes more complex. So it's complex in design, it's complex in troubleshooting, and then there's a higher implementation and maintenance cost because again, you're requiring more wires and more central devices and so on and so forth. So the hybrid topology would end up being most likely the most complex as far as everything that we've talked about so far. It would be the most complex version of these topologies that we've talked about, mainly because the fact that you're now combining the various different topologies. So the star mesh, for example, so you just saw what the star looked like, you saw what the mesh looked like. Now imagine piecing them together and combining them together. So let's actually see what the visuals for those are like. This is just one example of a hybrid topology, and believe it or not, they can get even crazier than this. I'm sure you can wrap your head around that. We have one location here, so this would be technically something like a star, where you have this central switch, this central device that's connecting these various machines to each other, and it's happening on this particular segment, but it's also connecting to this switch, which is being fed from the router. And so we can technically say that this is probably the primary segment here, because it's coming in from the router. The network connection is coming in from that router. It's going into this switch. This switch is connected to these devices, as well as this switch, which feeds into these devices. It's also feeding into this switch, which is connected to these three other switches, and they are now meshed together. So you can actually see that there's cross wiring that's happening. There's cross connections that are going on between all of these devices. And then there's this switch that is connected via a bus, so to speak, or just a direct connection that's going to this PC or this network segment, which looks like a ring, obviously. So it's going to come in probably, and it's going to go in this direction, and it's going to feed between these devices. And if any of these wires goes down, then this network segment will end up going down. Or if any of these machines goes down, this network segment will end up going down. In this particular case, if this switch goes down, it's fine, because there's a connection happening between these other switches as well. So these guys will end up still being supported, as well as being able to communicate back to this switch, as well as this switch being able to communicate back to this switch. So if any of these connections go down, it's fine as long as the switch itself is up. If any of these connections goes down, it's fine as long as this switch is up, as long as this router is up. The entire network will be fine. If the router goes down, then the entire network will fail, because this is where the connection, as far as the internet is concerned anyway, this is where the connection from the internet is coming in. And so the ISP is actually feeding the wire to this router, and then this router is feeding the internet connection to the rest of them. However, if the router goes down, as long as the switches are up, the computers should still be able to communicate with each other if they are hardwired to each other. If they require wireless connection, then again, we are screwed, because the router went down and we don't have wireless connection. But if there is a physical wire connection across all of these devices and these switches and these computers, then the network itself at least could communicate with each other. It's just that they don't get internet access. So hopefully that kind of makes sense a little bit, right? So the internet connection is coming in from the router. It's being fed to this switch. This switch is feeding it to this switch, which is feeding to these guys. And then it's also feeding it to this switch, which is feeding into these guys, as well as these guys. And then directly from this switch, you're also getting connection to these guys right here. So it's I would say one of the less complex versions of the hybrid topology. And you can, I mean, if you just go and Google hybrid topologies, you will lose your mind with how complex these things can actually get. The tree topology is technically a hybrid topology. It's the combination of a star and bus topology. It features groups of star configured networks connected to a central bus, and it can support a large number of devices, and it is actually scalable. But if the main backbone bus fails, then the entire network segment is affected. This is a very simple example of the tree topology. So if we can consider that this device number 1 is connected to device numbers 2 and 3 via the main bus, right? And then we can say that device 3 is connected to these devices, or let's say a variety of other devices, because this is technically a star now. This can also be technically considered a star. And device number 2, in this case, it looks like a monitor, but it could actually be a switch. And these could just be a variety of switches or central devices that can connect the rest of the network devices to it. And then as long as these connections right here are fine, then these star portions will also be fine. But if this is cut, or if any of these primary devices that would be on the main bus, if any of these primary devices go down, then the entire network will end up going down, because they rely on this main bus connection. So this is just a simple version of the tree topology, and this is technically a hybrid topology that combines the bus with the star. So now that we understand these various network topologies, now the conversation is, all right, how do we secure the design of the network? What is the best way to design the network so that it is protected from just basic failures that would happen with configurations and the network infrastructure, but at the same time protecting it from potential intrusions or insider threats, or the just blatant attacks that are happening against our network? And that's where the concept of its secure network design comes in. So a secure network design is the fundamental part of network architecture, ensuring resilience against threats that will attack the actual network, while at the same time maintaining the usability of the network so that it still works up to par, and it's actually still fast, and everything else is still working all good, right? So you want to ensure resilience and security against threats, but you also want to make sure that the usability of the network is up to par and people can use it. So that brings us to the concept of the demilitarized zone. The demilitarized zone, also known as the DMZ, is a network segment that acts as a buffer zone between the public internet and the organization's internal network. So this is the connection between the outside world and the inside world when we're talking about networks. So it acts as a buffer zone between the public internet, so the World Wide Web, and the internal network, also known as the intranet. A lot of banks have this. A lot of really big corporations have this. It's like the internal network of the corporation that can only be accessed by the employees of the corporation or vendor partners that would be getting temporary accounts, so on and so forth. And then that is separated, and there's a buffer that acts there's a DMZ that acts as the buffer between that internal network, that intranet, and the internet, which would be the World Wide Web. The purpose of this is to host a public-facing service like web servers or mail servers and your DNS servers, and reduce the exposure of internal systems to external threats. So if nobody can actually get in because it's completely off-grid, so to speak, then you should be able to reduce exposure altogether. Security measures would be to implement firewalls to control traffic between the DMZ, the internet, and the internal network, and use things like IDS, intrusion detection systems, to monitor the DMZ's traffic. Another key element in secure network design would be the VPN, the virtual private network. And you've heard of VPNs, I'm sure, dozens of times by now, and they serve a lot of different purposes in the context of security for an organization. It helps to encrypt the communication between remote users and the network, the central network, creating a secure tunnel over the internet. So the key element of any VPN for any reason is encryption, number one. The secondary element for a lot of cases would be that, if a country, let's say Iran, for example, if a country like Iran wants to access services outside of Iran's central network, because technically Iran's network within the country is blocked off from access from outside networks, and they also block off their citizens from accessing outside networks. So if somebody from Iran wants to contact somebody outside of the United States, they usually need a VPN so that they can disguise their device as if the device is in London. And that's one of the other key elements from a VPN, is that because these servers are located in a variety of locations over the world, if you get a VPN server that is in London and you connect to that, the internet that is in your location will assume that you are actually connecting from London, so it won't try to connect you from where you are. For example, Iran. So if somebody's sitting in Iran and they want to connect to America through Instagram, they get a VPN that's in London, and then they connect to that VPN in London, and now they're able to communicate to the Instagram protocols and the Instagram application and talk to somebody that's in the United States. So it helps with geo locations, or with what can we call it? Switching your geolocation, I guess. But the big piece is that it's an encrypted communication. It's an encrypted connection to the VPN server, which then allows you an encrypted connection to your destination. And then now you have this secure tunnel from your device to the VPN server to your destination, which, if connecting it back to our example of a corporation using it or some kind of enterprise using it, it allows a remote user that's at their home network to be able to connect to the VPN, and then through that connection, they can now connect to the network of the business, the central data server or the web server or something like that of the actual business that's sitting on their headquarters location. And now they can actually have that communication while being in a remote location, and the encryption protects them from losing any data in transit or while it's at rest. Now, the use cases would be to secure remote access for employees working from home or in the field, which is the primary use case here. And then there's the connecting branch offices to headquarters, which is another one. And that, again, kind of goes back down to just the encryption. One of the big reason behind VPN is the encryption communication, the encrypted communication. Then we have the security features. So encryption protocols like IPsec or SSL TLS, and then authentication mechanisms to ensure only authorized users access the network, which goes back down to logging into the VPN and then encrypting the connection and so on and so forth. So all of these things actually require authentication. So that's probably one of the big things that I should be saying repeatedly, but hopefully you understand by now that essentially everything that you're making a connection to requires some kind of authentication. You have to give at least your username and password to authenticate yourself, and then maybe a multi-factor authentication as well to make sure that you are who you actually say you are, and then you get access to those resources that you are authorized to get access to. Virtual LANs, or virtual local area networks, are segments of a physical network that has been broken down into multiple logical networks, aka virtual networks, and they isolate traffic for better performance and security. So it limits the broadcast traffic, which improves efficiency, broadcast meaning outgoing. And then you have these segments of the sensitive systems. So, for example, separating HR and finance departments from each other in case anybody gets into the network, and now we have to worry about somebody easily getting access to HR or easily getting access to finance. So HR would end up getting their own VLAN, which is a completely segmented separate network, and then finance would end up getting their own VLAN, which is also a separated segmented network, and it allows for better performance so that these guys can actually kind of use their own resources and not have to worry about the finance department using their resources. But it's also for security, because again, we're just talking about security. So the big thing is that if somebody gets into the overall network, they should not be able to easily get into HR and get access to all of the employee files, or get into finance and get access to all of the finance files. So it's very important to understand. The best practices would be to use strong VLAN access control lists to restrict inter-VLAN communication. So these guys should not be able to access these guys' VLAN. That's basically what we're talking about. There's an access control list that is implied for the HR department, that only people from the HR department are on that access control list, on that ACL, and then they're the only ones that can access that network segment. And then there's the people that are on the ACL for the finance department that should only be able to access the resources on the finance department. So even with interconnections, right? So inter-VLAN communication should still be via ACLs, access control lists, so that people who don't belong in HR should not be able to get access to HR documents or change their records. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a lot of different reasons why somebody within the same company should not be able to get access to the files and assets of various departments. Then we have combining VLANs with port security and network monitoring, which goes back to firewalls and IDS systems and so on and so forth, so that the ports, the individual ports that connect these VLANs together, as well as get connections from the internet, are actually secure. So you have really strong firewall rules in place, as well as, let's say, next generation firewall, and then network monitoring that's done through, endpoint monitoring or IDS systems that allow you to just keep an eye out on the traffic that's going on and get any alerts if there's anything fishy that's happening. This is kind of a pretty generic image that will allow us to understand all of the various elements that go into the network's security. It does say it is represented by a cloud, but in this particular case, this is just talking about the network itself. So the protection of the information, discovering and responding to any potential threats, compliance management for your regulated environment, insider risk management, information governance, identity and access management, threat protection, cloud security, all of those things goes into the concept of network security. And something like insider risk management goes back down to that segmentation of the network. So if there's somebody that is in HR that's pissed off at the company that can potentially be an insider risk, you don't want them to get access to all of the assets of the finance department so that they can give away all the account information of the company, for example. So there's a lot of different reasons why you do the things that you do, and it's all to achieve some kind of higher purpose for security. So, a random person as a teller in a bank should not get access to the CEO's documents. You know what I mean? It's obvious when you think about it like that. You're like, well, yeah, because he's a teller and da 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 da. But it's like, yeah, it's more than that. Like, if you extrapolate that, is the regional manager should not get access to the HR department, even though they're a regional manager. And technically, they may be even higher up the chain than somebody who's working as an HR representative. They should still not be able to get access to the HR department's documents and assets, mainly because of the fact that what if that person is an insider risk? What if there are an insider threat and they want to attack the company for whatever reason, or somebody kidnapped their family and they're now threatening that person, they're blackmailing that person, saying, if you don't get us information from your company, then we're going to kill your family. It's like, okay, well, I can't, right? I'm segmented off. I only have access to these assets that are only available to regional managers, and I'm limited to my region's assets. I can't access the guy in Chicago. I can only do the stuff in LA. And it starts making more sense when you start thinking about all of these various stories that you've probably seen in movies where somebody gets blackmailed and now they want information from that person, from because they're connected to the company and they have the login of the company. Now you start seeing it's like, oh, that's probably why it's better to segment off all of these people so that they can't access everything. And I'm sorry that this is happening to you and you're under duress, but you are limited. You can't access the rest of the company because we need to protect the company. That's our job as security people. So I kind of went off the rails there with that example, but hopefully you can understand why it is designed the way that it is and why we talk about these concepts the way that we do, because we are trying to have a much higher view, bigger perspective on this overall picture of security than the average person will even be able to understand or wrap their heads around. So that's your job as the security person, is to think about all of these worst case scenarios and be like, okay, we need to put safeguards in place so that all of these various things are protected and all of these things are acting as their own entity to protect the company. Hopefully that makes sense. Which is actually the perfect segue into the zero trust security architecture conversation. So zero trust is a security model that assumes no user, device, or system should be trusted by default, even if even if it is inside the organization's network perimeter, and no user device system should have access to everything, right? So you should have no trust and as limited access as possible to the network. Every access request must be verified, authenticated, and authorized based on the principle of never trust but always verify, or never trust and always verify. So it's not trust but verify. It's I'm never going to trust you, and I'm always going to verify you. I don't care how great of a story you tell me. I don't care if your dog ate your key pass or none of that stuff. It's like, well, I don't know. I don't trust you. And it's like, yeah, but John, you see me come in here every single day. Yeah, you know what, Kim, I do see you come in here every single day. I understand, but I am not going to let you in without your key card. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the element of never trust, always verify that should be in place. And there is something that called know your customer. We used to call it the know your customer method of authentication inside of the banking environment. And they would say, okay, well, if you know your customer, then if they come in and they say, hey, I need to withdraw $10,000, you can technically be like, all right, well, I know you, so I still need your ID though. And that's one of those things where it's like, for whatever reason, if something were to happen, I need to be able to protect myself in that regard, so that if my management came and said, why did you do this or why did you not do this, I can say, okay, well, at least I protected myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very important to understand that we want to be good with customers. We want to be good with employees and give them great service. But at the same time, we also need to cross our T's and dot our I's. And it's kind of an uncomfortable conversation to be able to have with somebody, to say, yeah, I still need to see your ID. And well, why and whatever. And it's like, well, it's for security purposes. It's like it's the default response. It's for security purposes. I'm just doing my job. I'm really not trying to give you a hard time or anything like that. But it is required that I do this, and then you can always be like, yeah, the cameras are watching me and they audit my activities and da 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 da. So it's like you can always just kind of make the security team the enemy if you want, if you're not in security. You know what I mean? You can always say, yeah, the cameras are watching. Big brother is watching, and I just need to make sure that I do my job so that I don't lose my job. But at the same time, I really I trust you. I know you, right? I understand that, but I just need to do my job. That's kind of the whole concept here. There are several key principles that go into this overall concept of zero trust. The very first one is the least privilege access. So users and systems are granted the minimum level of access necessary to perform their tasks. It limits lateral movement in case of a breach. So two tellers, right? Two tellers have two different logins. Somebody gets teller A's information, and then they go and for whatever reason are able to log into a system. And then now that person, that initial, the hacker, the threat actor, now wants to get access to teller B's information. It's like, all right, cool. But now they want to try to get access to the lead teller's information. And it's like, well, no, you can't do that because you are not a lead teller and you've been segmented off completely and you don't have access to any of this guy's devices. And so you can't move lateral. And technically, I guess that would be considered vertically. But overall, you can't do these activities. So I would say probably a better example of this would be the tellers in general. Just base level tellers, they should not have access to the terminal, for example. That would be like a rule where you say, okay, you don't need the terminal. Why do you need the terminal to process somebody's transaction? And if that is done, if their access to the terminal is limited or completely removed, then if somebody hacks into teller A's login, they won't be able to hack into teller B because they simply don't have access to the terminal because their role has a least privilege type of an environment set up. And then you have microsegmentation, which is the network divided into smaller zones, each with its own access controls. So that would probably go to the tellers versus the lead tellers conversation. It reduces the attack surface by isolating systems and applications. And then there's continuous verification, meaning every access attempt is authenticated and verified in real time, regardless of its origin. And then factors such as user identity, device health, and location are also considered because this falls under authentication. It falls under verification. And then we have the health of the device. So checking the device's health, meaning the device meets security standards. So the patches are all up to date. There's an antivirus that's active and it's actually running. And anybody that tries to turn off the antivirus, it automatically, they're not even allowed to access the antivirus. It should only be done by the security department or the IT department. And then we run regular health checks on the device to make sure not only is it up to date, but maybe there's something else that's going on with one of these ancillary softwares that we're using, and we want to make sure that that's also healthy and it's not affecting our network or our system. There's only compliant devices are allowed to access systems or data. So if there is a device that is not on the trusted device list, so let's say a person brings their own device and they connect to the Wi-Fi because they want to do homework on their lunch or something like that, they should not be able to access the system, the intranet. They should not be able to access anything that would be a sensitive piece of data because the system that they have, the computer that they brought, is not on the compliant devices list. It's not on the allowed devices list. And then assuming breach. So operating under the assumption that an attacker may already be in the network, focusing on minimizing damage by enforcing strict controls at every level. So this is kind of like the paranoia conversation that comes in, where it's like, just assume that you're already hacked. And if you're already hacked, what would you do? You would probably try to limit that person from being able to access anything else on the network. You would probably want them to be completely segmented, like micro segmentation. They should not be able to leave that freaking device. That would go into micro segmentation. If you've hacked into computer A on the teller line, you should not be able to get computer B, C, and D. You should not be able to get the tellers that are on that line. You should not be able to get the lead teller. You should not be able to get the supervisor or the branch manager, the bankers. None of that should happen because you are limited to that one device. If you got, for whatever reason, you were able to get access to that one device, you are now stuck and you are only allowed to get access to the resources on that singular device, right? That's what it means to assume that you're already under attack, you've already been breached, and there's already an attacker in the network. Now you don't want them to go anywhere else. You want them to be stuck in that one location, and then eventually they just lose interest and they move on, right? That's kind of the whole idea here, is that make it so difficult for them so that they are not able to do anything else, and then they just lose interest and they go to a victim or a target that is easier to manipulate and exploit. It's kind of sucky to think about it like that, but that's essentially like your job is to take care of your network and your devices. This is in no means to say that this is like the all-inclusive list for how zero trust works, but these are some of the key pillars and technologies, so to speak, that that zero trust relies upon. So you have IAM, which is identity and access management, authorization and authentication, so on and so forth. So ensuring that users are actually authenticated and they are authorized to only access things that they need to do their job. Then you have multi-factor authentication, so it adds a layer of verification for users. So on top of their username and password, what else can we add so that they have to go through various levels of authentication to authenticate themselves to be able to get access to the system, and then you limit their authorization. Then you have network access control, which grants or denies access based on predefined policies, and this is access to your internal network for the most part. We're not talking about the public Wi-Fi that would be available for guests. That's not what we're talking about. The public Wi-Fi should obviously be separate and completely the internal network should not even be accessible from the public Wi-Fi IP range. So you have the subnet that is attached to the public Wi-Fi. That subnet should not be able to access anything that is inside of the private network, and that all falls under the network access control rules. And then you have data encryption, so protecting data both in transit and at rest. We've talked about this a lot, and one of the big things about this is the VPN concept that we were talking about and the VLAN concept that we were talking about, to protect the data both in transit through the VPN tunnels as well as at rest while they're segmented off in these various virtual LANs. And then you have endpoint detection and response. So monitoring each individual endpoint and then securing those devices accessing the actual network to just see if there's anything going on, right? So if for whatever device is connected to our network, even if it's the public network that's connected, if whatever device is connected to our network should be on the radar of the EDR systems, so that if they try to do anything shady or if they run a command that is on our kind of blacklist of commands, then we're immediately notified and it's like, oh, this device is going to be blocked off. If they're on the public network, for example, they're blocked off, they're no longer allowed to do anything. But then if they're in the private network, it's like, well, why are you trying to run this? And then you start going do further investigations. You probably block them off anyways because they're doing something that's fishy. So you automatically assume that you've been compromised, right? You automatically assume that you've been breached. So even if there is one single little red flag that pops up, it's like, whoop, somebody's trying to breach us, or we've already been breached. So what would you do if you were already breached? What's the worst case scenario? You would probably block off that device and then you would start doing your investigation immediately after. There are a lot of benefits to zero trust. These are just, again, some of the key ones. So it reduces the attack surface, microsegmentation, and strict access controls minimize opportunities for attackers. It improves visibility, so real-time monitoring and logging provides insights into user behavior and access patterns. There is stronger defense against insider threats, so internal users and devices are treated with the same level of scrutiny as external ones. Again, just assume a breach, right? And you have enhanced compliance, so aligns with regulations like the General Data Protection Regulation and HIPAA, enforcing strict data access policies based on the compliance environment, the regulation environment that your company has to adhere to. And these are just some of the benefits. So it enhances your compliance. If you have zero trust, you're enhancing compliance because now data cannot be leaked and customer or patient information will not be stolen because zero trust, right? Like we don't trust anybody. That's one of the key benefits, right? On the flip side, we have the actual challenges in implementing the zero trust philosophy, which is it's complex to deploy. It's complicated, sophisticated to deploy this. So transitioning from a traditional perimeter-based security model to a zero trust security model requires a significant effort and expertise and patience from the people that work inside of the company and all of the things that don't fall under skill sets or technicalities. It's like dealing with the people and managing the morale and the culture of the company while that transition is taking place, right? Bear with us as we transition. We thank you for your patience. These types of communications are very, very important so that people are willing to play ball, so to speak, and allow you to do what you need to do to finally deploy the zero trust model. Legacy systems is a really big one because there are some things that are out of date that still are required for the functionality of the business. So the older the older system, the grandfathered systems, they're not compatible with zero trust technologies, or they may not be compatible with those things. And now you have to still account for them because you can't lose them because they're housing a special functionality or a certain set of data or something. They do something. That's why they're still inside of the infrastructure. So now we have to account for it. Now we have to have other safeguards in place to make sure that this freaking legacy system that has, a dozen vulnerabilities because it's so old and these systems have been upgraded like 12 times since then, and every upgrade got rid of the older vulnerabilities, but we still have to keep this freaking legacy system. So that means all of these old vulnerabilities are still here. And now we are subject to these vulnerabilities. So what do we do, right? What is the way that we can provide some kind of a hedge for ourselves to protect ourselves against this specific legacy system? And then the cost and resourcing requirements, which is it's kind of a big deal in every environment. How much is this going to cost is what the CEO will ask you, not knowing that, hey, if we get robbed, if we get hacked and somebody holds us as ransom, it's going to cost you a lot more than what I'm asking you to provide. So yeah, technically it'll cost us $100,000, whatever, to do this. But if we get hacked, then now we're going to be on the line for millions of dollars. So how worthy is it for us to upgrade our infrastructure and upgrade our systems and our overall security mechanisms to a zero trust model versus just a perimeter based model. And how important is this to us? Are you willing to take that risk, right? So I'm doing my job telling you that this is a risk for you to do. Are you willing to take that risk by not upgrading our systems or by not changing our philosophy and our infrastructure positioning into a zero trust model? Are you willing to take on that risk? Basically, that's the overall conversation, really. To really bring this home, we got a couple of examples here from the real world out there. Google being one of them. There's something called Beyond Corp, which is a framework that they implemented, which is a zero trust framework. It's based on these zero trust principles, and employees access corporate resources securely without needing a traditional VPN, regardless of their location. And an access is granted based on the user's identity, the health of their device, and contextual information such as their geolocation. So this is the Beyond Corp zero trust model that was implemented by Google. A big question, which kind of everything really comes down to these types of questions, is how do we do this now? So, okay, I understand that this is a really important concept, and I understand that we should do it, but how do we do it? What is the first step that I got to take? And then what's the next one and the next one? So the very first one is to define your most critical asset. So let's say that legacy system that we were talking about is a critical asset. Then what do you do, right? So it's like you define the asset first. So you build a list of all of these critical assets. Which systems, applications, and data require the highest level of protection? And then you assess the current security posture. So conduct an audit, understand existing gaps in the network segmentation, identity management, device compliance, for example, that freaking legacy system, right? Adopt the identity-centric security. So implementing identity access management, multi-factor authentication solutions to verify and control the access based on the role of the user, right? The user's roles. Implement micro-segmentation, so firewalls, VLANs, cloud-based tools to isolate systems and limit lateral movement, right? So what can we do to, even though they are in the same role group, right? So tellers are technically all tellers and they all have the same permissions. So even though they're technically in the same group, how can I make it so that there is a limit of lateral movement? That this teller should not be able to access the other teller's system. What's the potential in that situation? Maybe we go up this chain and we say, okay, the current security posture and identity centric security, we need to make sure that the multi-factor authentication is in place so that if somebody tries to log into teller B is notified, right? So like things like that. It always just goes back to the foundation. As we talked about at the beginning of this, we're talking about the foundation of these concepts that, hey, if your foundation is concrete, you should be good. If your foundation is sand, you're probably screwed. And this is where everything falls into place. So if you want to remove lateral movement or limit lateral movement, if your authentication processes are solid, and if your security posture in general is all good, and these people that may have gotten hacked have no access to any of these critical devices, you should be fine, right? These are like some of the key foundational elements that as long as these things are in place, it should be okay. If this one person is hacked, even though we don't want him to be hacked, it should be fine because they're so limited. They're not allowed to access anything else from that one machine that the hacker won't be able to go anywhere. And then we have enforcing the real-time monitoring. So using tools like a security information event manager or endpoint detection response system to continuously monitor the network activity and respond to any anomalies as they happen. And of course, regularly reviewing and updating policies. This is part of the continuous improvement cycle, which means that it's never ending. It's an ongoing process that requires continuous improvement. So security is continuous. It's never ending. There's no goal. There's no end location that you're going to arrive to. It's continuous progress and improvement. Once you're done with this cycle of improvement, you're going to start at the very, very top again, define critical assets, start running scans, assess the security posture, and then go through the process all over again. When you get to the end, you go back to the beginning and you just run it all over again. It is continuous. This is directly from Microsoft. So this is the Cybersecurity Reference Architecture Guide, and you can see it's kind of massive. This is directly from the Microsoft source, so you can actually go and find this. I think it's actually called the Intelligence Security Graph. You can also just search for Microsoft Cybersecurity Reference Architecture or Microsoft Intelligence Security Graph, Microsoft Network Security Model. Any of those things should be able to bring this up for you. Of course, if you have access to the Hackaholics Anonymous agents tier, you will get this as one of the downloads because it's inside of the notes document. So this massive sheet that you see right here at the top left that we have is the Security Operations Center, and inside of this there is Azure, Windows, Office 365, Advanced Threat Protection, all of that stuff. And then you have these segments that feed into this. So it's very it's all interconnected. It's like it's tough to be able to just say that these things stand alone from each other. So I guess I should actually be starting from this location. So you have software as a service, identity access management, and then you have the information protection. And these things all are connected to this piece right here. So all of this is connected to the information protection. Software as a service, identity and access management is connected to information protection. And then from information protection, it goes out to the alert and log integration, which is this portion right here. And it comes down to this whole section, which is our hybrid cloud infrastructure that has, third-party IaaS, so infrastructure as a service. You have the on-premises data centers. You have all of your clients that would be your unmanaged and mobile devices. You have managed clients, and then you have IoT operation technology. This is a really massive document. I literally cannot sit here and go piece by piece without taking just another hour to try to explain this entire one single shot right here. So I would highly recommend you look this up. If you get access to Hackaholics Anonymous agents here and above, you would get access to this so you can spend your sweet time trying to find this, or you can always just pause the screen, screenshot this, and then zoom in on each individual section and go in on it. So there's a lot of different ways that you should review this, and I really think you should review this. I think you should get a high quality version of this image printed out and have it inside of a binder or have it up against your wall or something if you're serious about security, right? That's kind of the big caveat here. If this is something that you're really serious about, then I think you will get a lot of benefit from analyzing an image like this and then looking at all of the different pieces of the extranet and the intranet and so on and so forth. So take your time, pause this, go look at this, download this, get the Hackaholics Anonymous documents and practice questions, whatever it takes for you to get really good at this. But this is a really good resource. When I found this, I was like, this is pretty damn solid. And of course, it's coming from Microsoft, so I would assume that these guys have done a good amount of trial and error and research to be able to get this specific document in front of you. All right, so we have approached the end of this section, which brings us to our story time. So going back to the Target situation. So the 2013 data breach that happened against Target was another one of those things that we talk about network segmentation. So if you can remember that there was a hack that initially happened. So initially they gained access to Target's network by compromising the credentials of a third-party vendor, which was the Fazio Mechanical Services. And due to insufficient network segmentation, the attackers were able to move laterally within the Target network and eventually reach the point of sale systems. So if you remember this conversation, we've had this story, we've talked about it specifically, but now we're looking at it with the perspective, the lens of network segmentation. And this is where this comes in. So previously, I forget what we were talking. I think it was like under authorization and authentication is what we were talking about and how the story came up. But now we're talking about it at network segmentation, right? So even if the authentication authorization failed, if the network would have been segmented and this specific person or these people from the third-party vendors, if they were segmented, then they would not be able to access the POS systems, which ultimately they were able to get access to all of the credit cards and debit cards and all of that of the customers. So the impact of this weak segmentation was if proper network segmentation had been in place, the attackers would have been contained within the vendor's network segment, preventing them from accessing critical systems like the POS terminals, and then getting, of course, the credit card and debit card information of all of those millions of customers. Network segmentation is critical. It is important. It is massive to separate your network in micro segmentation or just even general segmentation to prevent an attack from spreading. So dividing the network into smaller isolated segments limits the impact of a successful attack. If one segment is compromised, the attackers are confined within that segment. They are isolated, preventing them from easily accessing other critical parts of the network. Third-party risk management is another key element here. Organizations must carefully assess and manage the security risk associated with third-party vendors. This includes conducting thorough security assessments of vendors and implementing appropriate security controls to protect against unauthorized access. So literally treat your third-party vendors as if they are a part of your company and audit them and go through their infrastructure and their security posture to see if they are weak, because they are going to get connected to your infrastructure through their relationship with you. And if they are weak, that means they are potentially a target for attackers. And then if they do get attacked and somebody actually gets in their system, they are now connected to you via login systems or some kind of a port or some kind of a website or something. And if that's the case, then they've been hacked, and now the hacker has access to your company through that connection that they have to you. So it's important to assess the third-party relationships as if they are actually your own employees, and put them through the ringer and be scrutinous. You use the same scrutiny with them as you would within your own company. The video that I have for you for this particular section would be the secure network architecture video that's available on the channel. I kind of was having an era of just creating like weird titles. So this is actually the spelling of the title. So this would be a $, secure, and then network is a 3 here, so on and so forth. So the spelling right here is fine because you don't need to capitalize or lowercase these things as you would here. It's just that this one does have a 3 in it, and this is actually a $sign here. You can probably also search for network security best practices, and you'll be able to find this video as well. Or you can just go and get this specific document from our Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, so that you can get access to these videos and get access to all of these links. I accidentally clicked on it, and now it's open here, so I got to make sure that I close that out. So let us now actually jump into our practice questions for section 3A. All right, here we go. So which network topology involves connecting all devices to a central hub or a switch? Is it a mesh? Is it a star, a bus, or a ring? So if you remember, the bus is just one straight line like a bus. You have the ring, which is just a ring which connects all the devices together. You have the mesh, which is very much like a net, so to speak, or a mesh type of fabric that there's just lines going everywhere, connecting everything to everybody. Star is the only one that has that central hub or switch that everything is connected via that central hub or switch. What is a key advantage of a mesh topology? Lower hardware costs? Not really. Simpler setup and maintenance? Not at all. High fault tolerance due to redundant connections? That would be the answer in my opinion. And reduced cabling requirements? That's also not true because there's wires running every which way. So it would be C, and there it is. Which topology combines the elements of multiple network layouts to meet specific needs? So multiple network layouts is our key terms right here. And that would be the only thing that we have over here, which is the hybrid. A star is one network layout, a bus is one, the mesh is one. So A, C, and D are individual network layouts or topologies. Hybrid is the only one that has multiple network layouts. What is the primary purpose of a demilitarized zone in network security? To encrypt traffic between remote users and the network. That's actually a VPN description right there. To isolate public-facing services from the internal network. That sounds pretty solid. To create logical network segments within a physical network. That would be a virtual LAN. To reduce broadcast traffic on a LAN. And that would I would also say that's probably a virtual LAN as well. A load balancer is what this kind of reminds me of, and I think that's also a piece of the virtual LAN. So we have the isolating of the public-facing services from the internal network. That is the answer. Which of the following is a feature of VPNs, virtual private network? So imagine encryption is a really key element, geolocations, key element. So traffic segmentation using logical networks, that would be a VLAN. So it's not a VPN, it's a VLAN, a virtual local area network. The encryption of communications over public networks, that would be a solid word right here. The encryption would be the key term here. So VPN, when you think of a VPN, think encryption. Monitoring network traffic for malicious activities, that's like a intrusion detection system or an endpoint. EDR, endpoint detection and recovery endpoint. I think that's what it is, right? Filtering incoming and outgoing traffic. That would be a firewall that does the filtering of the incoming and outgoing. So encryption is the answer, and VPNs. What is a common use case for virtual LANs? Here we go. And secure network design. So to encrypt traffic between network devices, that would be a VPN. To isolate sensitive departments like HR and finance, that's pretty solid, right? So they all get they get their own logical local area network. So HR and finance would be isolated; they would be separate from each other. Providing remote access to employees, that's also done by the VPN that gives the encryption. Hosting public facing servers like DNS and web servers, that is our DMZ, that's the demilitarized zone. So B would be my response. Very good. Which security features should be applied to VLANs to restrict inter-VLAN communication? So what should be applied to VLANs to restrict inter-VLAN communication? So encryption doesn't restrict communication, it just secures the communication. An access control list would be very solid. So the HR department would have their own people on their own ACL that is separate from the finance department, and the people who are on the ACL for HR should not be able to access the stuff that's on finance, and then vice versa. Firewall is filtering traffic, so it has nothing to do with it. VPN tunnels is about encryption, and it is from one location to another. So this is actually it would be a good concept, I would say, that is useful here, but it's not specific to this actual question. So this is one of those things that, if you remember, I'm like, if you have to convince yourself that this is the answer, that's probably not the answer. It's usually the most obvious answer, which is the ACL in this particular case. What encryption protocol is commonly used for secure VPN connections? So secure VPN connections. Advanced AES was one of our, I want to say it is the encryption standard. So I think this was under symmetric encryption. I know definitely it's not asymmetric. I think this is actually symmetric encryption. IPsec was actually for VPNs. SHA-256 is a hashing algorithm, and VLAN tagging has nothing to do with secure VPN connection. So IPsec would be the answer here. This is the advanced encryption standard. I believe that's what this one is. And then we had the DES, which was the data encryption standard, and then 3DES. So yeah, so all of those were for symmetric encryption. And then we have SHA-256, which is hashing, and then VLAN tagging, which is more about identification than anything else. What is the main drawback of a star topology? So if you remember, the star topology connects via a central device, right? A switch or a hub. So difficult to troubleshoot. Not really, because it all kind of comes down to the central hub or central switch. Higher risk of total network failure. If the central hub fails, that's pretty damn solid. Increased broadcast traffic, not necessarily. Limited scalability, not at all true, because you can scale the hell out of this. So it would be if the central device fails, then the network fails, and that would be our main drawback of the star topology. Which best practice improves the security of a network with a DMZ? So using VLANs to isolate sensitive systems, not really, not necessarily. That's not what a DMZ actually is. Apply strong encryption to DMZ traffic, implement firewalls to control DMZ traffic flow, or use ring topology for the DM. This is bullshit. So this is completely wrong. So using ring topology for the DMZ network segment is no. Using VLANs to isolate sensitive systems, I would say no. Implementing firewalls to control DMZ traffic flow, that would be pretty solid, because then you can control what leaves the DMZ or what enters the DMZ from the public internet, and then when it goes through the DMZ, whether or not it can actually access the private network. So if you remember, the DMZ is the buffer between the public and the private networks. So it's the in-between. So if traffic is coming from the public going to the DMZ, then if it's trying to go into your private network, there would be a firewall that says, no, you can't access my private network because you're not on this list of pre-approved IP addresses, for example. A company sets up a network where each device connects to a central hub. If one device fails, the others remain unaffected. This is a star because, again, the star has the central switch or the central hub. So star would be our main topology that's being used. An organization uses a topology where every device is connected to every other device, ensuring high redundancy but increasing costs. So redundancy in this particular case would be associated with the mesh, because if you remember, it's like wires just going everywhere from every device to the other device, and that's what the mesh topology does. A company wants to host a public-facing web server while keeping its internal systems secure. They place web server in an isolated zone accessible from the internet, meaning the public. So it's public-facing, it's keeping the internal system secure, meaning separate, and the web server is in an isolated zone accessible from the internet, from the public. That would be the demilitarized zone. The VPN is a virtual private network that controls traffic through encryption. It doesn't control traffic, it encrypts traffic so that somebody can get an encrypted tunnel to be able to access sensitive information from a remote location. That's what a VPN would do. A virtual LAN is a logical segment that is inside of your local area network that would be assigned to different departments of the company, for example. Load balancer has nothing to do with this. Load balancer is more about controlling the flow of traffic so that if there's too much of a load placed on your network devices, then it'll split those off so that the network devices don't slow down or anything. So the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, would be our answer. So an employee remotely accesses company resources over an encrypted connection that protects data in transit. That is, we literally just talked about it. That would be our VPN. A network administrator segments the office network into multiple logical sections to isolate traffic for different departments like HR and finance. We also just talked about that as well. That would be our VLAN. And that's it. That was it for our practice question. So we are now going to move into 3B, which falls under, or devices and protocols is what falls under 3B. So let's talk about devices and protocols. This Security Plus training series is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And to get access to the training documents for Security Plus, as well as all of the practice questions inside of that slideshow, as well as the mock examination links that are available in the documents, you would join Hackaholics Anonymous as either a cyber agent, cyber guardian, or a cyber master. And if you join as any one of those tiers, you get exclusive downloads, which includes all of these Security Plus training documents and mock exams, so on and so forth. But you would also get Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity, pen testing. You would get access to live streams that go on monthly with me, Discord servers for advanced members, exclusive downloads, exclusive content, and of course a myriad of other things as well. And it would be my pleasure to actually see you inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. And to be able to join, you would need to simply just click the link in the description below. You can also come to our homepage on the channel and just click on this simple little join button that we have over here, or you can go to youtube.com/HankHacksHackers/join. And that would give you access to that little pop-up that you just saw, which shows you all of the different tiers of Hackaholics Anonymous. All right, devices and protocols form the backbone of the network communication and its security. In this section, we're going to explore essential devices like the router, the switch, the firewall, and load balancers, which each play a critical role in maintaining the security, the availability, and the performance of a network. Alongside these devices, secure communication protocols like the HTTPS or FTPS or SFTP or SSH are used to safeguard the data transmission and prevent interception or manipulation by authorized actors. So these are essentially various protocols that operate on secure ports on the network itself, and then using the insecure version of these things. So for example, HTTP also exists. It is actually a network communication protocol, but is the insecure version of HTTPS. And so the S in that would stand for actually secure. And then same thing for FTPS. So file transfer protocol secure. And then you have the SFTP, which would be the shell version of file transfer. And then secure shell would be just the communication if you wanted to get a terminal or a communication going via the command line. You would do it on port 22, and that would be like the default port. And we'll talk about the various ports. We actually already talked about it, the hardening of these network protocols and the various services on the network. And one of those things could be to just remove default ports. So, I'm kind of going on a tangent here, but essentially if the default port for SSH is port 22, if we change that to any other port, essentially whoever is scanning our network and trying to enumerate our network will not know where our secure shell port is, because they usually look out for port 22 being the secure port. Then we have just understanding both the devices and secure protocols is essential to building a robust security architecture. So let us dive into the devices and protocol section. The first conversation of this would be the conversation of the devices themselves. So we have the routers, switches, firewalls, and of course the load balancer. So the router is responsible for forwarding data packets between different networks, typically between a local area network and the internet, or between subnets in larger networks. Routers determine the best path for data to travel based on routing tables and protocols. So if you can think about your your internet provider, your IPS, that's what I meant to say. Your IPS, which is your internet or ISP, my God, my dyslexia is really going in today. Your ISP would be your internet service provider. So your internet service provider would send the internet service to your router. And then from there, the router would distribute that service to your LAN, being your local area network. So it could be your Wi-Fi, for example, and connecting all of your devices. If you have a really large network, then the routers connect with each other so that each of the subnets inside of the larger network can communicate with each other, as well as communicating with the internet at large. The role in security is that routers can help segment networks, enforce traffic filtering policies, and provide network address translation to mask your internal IP addresses, making the internal network less exposed to external threats. So there is the series of private IP addresses. This is what we talked about in one of the recent episodes of the CySec 101 series. So any IP address, for the most part, as a general rule, if it starts with a 10, a 172, or a 192, it is a private IP address. And then everything else would, for the most part, be a public IP address. And so what happens is that your NAT, your NAT, your network address translator, will mask your internal IP addresses, your private IP addresses, so that if somebody's scanning you from the outside world, they don't actually see your official IP address. And then furthermore, if you're accessing something in the outside world, you don't do it with your private IP address, because your NAT, your network address translator, has given you a public IP address, so that as you're out in the internet and in the world at large, people don't see you as your private IP address, they see you as your public IP address. So basically anything that's other than 10, 172, or 192 as the starting 3 digits would technically be your public IP address. And then we have the switch. And the function of the switch is to operate within a single network segment, or the LAN. And it's responsible for forwarding data packets between devices within that network segment based on the MAC addresses of those devices. So the MAC addresses, the media access control devices, the physical addresses of those devices. Instead of their IP address, it's their actual physical address. And so the switch switches just transfers the network or the data, the communication between devices that are in that same LAN. The router goes between subnets in larger networks and connects those subnets. The switch focuses on the devices within that specific subnet. And they operate on layer 2, which is the data link layer of the OSI model. And the role in security is that it can create security zones within a network by segmenting broadcast domains using virtual LANs. They can also provide port security features to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. So you already know what a virtual LAN is. It's technically just a logical separation, a logical I don't want to say dissection. I'm missing a word. I'm looking for a word and it's not coming to me. But it's basically the separation of these various departments. So let's say there's 5 floors in a building. Each floor is dedicated to a department of that company. And so each floor would get its own VLAN that is also getting its own switch. And then the router comes in from the ISP, the internet service provider, brings in the internet service to the building, and then the router forwards that internet to the various switches on each floor. The firewall would be the security device that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing traffic based on the security rules that we establish. So predetermined security rules, deny every single access to our network with the exception of the access that comes from these IP addresses. So they can operate as either hardware devices, software applications, or a combination of both. So you can actually have a physical firewall that's on your router or on your switch, meaning the physical device, right? The hardware device. And then there's the software firewalls as well, or you can have the combination of both, which is probably the best approach. Firewalls are deployed at network entry points like the perimeter to filter traffic based on IP addresses, ports, and protocols. You have the packet filtering firewall, which inspects each packet individually and allows or blocks the packet based on the predefined rules. We have the stateful or stateless. So stateful in this case tracks the state of active connections and makes decisions based on the context of the traffic, whether it's part of the established session or not. So behavior based. If it's stateless, then it doesn't consider context. And it's essentially, this is kind of what a stateless does, which just goes based on the predefined rules. And then you have the next generation firewall, which combines traditional firewall features with advanced features like the application awareness, integrated intrusion prevention, and cloud delivered threat intelligence, which is kind of like obviously a much more robust version of the firewall, but it's kind of like an IDS IPS that also acts as a firewall. So you have a variety of different firewalls that can act in a variety of different ways depending on what the needs are for your infrastructure. And then the role in security is that firewalls provide the first line of defense by filtering malicious or unauthorized traffic and preventing attacks from reaching the internal network. So you can actually have a firewall that is on your internet router that you have as your physical device before internet comes from the World Wide Web to your building, and that acts as the first layer of traffic filtering. And then if the traffic actually gets through your router and enters your network, then you have your software-based firewalls that will act as a second layer of protection for any other traffic that may not necessarily be permitted to go through. And then if the traffic gets past that layer of firewall, that's when the intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, endpoint security, so on and so forth, that's when all of those devices kick in, or those security appliances, I should say, the software, that's when all of those guys kick in to provide even further security and defense against any potentially harmful traffic that comes in. The purpose of the load balancer is to distribute incoming traffic across multiple servers to ensure that no single server becomes overwhelmed. So think about the load that somebody has to carry. So a load that the server has to carry with the amount of traffic that it's processing. And so if there's a lot of traffic coming into the network, then a load balancer will distribute across multiple servers so that no one server becomes overwhelmed or has to bear all of the burden all of the weight of that load. So this increases availability, it increases scalability and fault tolerance for services and applications, meaning if one of those servers crashes, then the entire system doesn't go down, the service doesn't go down, and you can go based on one of your fault tolerance, meaning your redundant servers. So if you have 3, if one of them goes down, now you have 2 until you fix that one. And if you only had 1, if that one went down, the entire thing goes down, right? So a load balancer will distribute the traffic across those 3 servers to make sure not one of them is actually carrying all of the load. Therefore, it's obviously the service that you're providing is smooth and everybody still gets access to everything that they need. But at the same time, if anything were to happen, then the one that goes out, the other 2 will take the burden until you replace that one that actually went out. The role in security is that primarily a performance optimization tool is what a load balancer is for. So it's meant to gauge the performance and optimize the performance of your servers as well as your overall system. Load balancers can actually improve security by preventing overload conditions that may be targeted by a DOS attack. So if somebody wants to flood your network with a bunch of unnecessary packets just to bring your service down, that's what a denial of service is. It's like they flood your server with so much unnecessary traffic, they send you millions and millions of packets per second or something like that, that load, right, that weight on that server becomes so much that the server crashes, and therefore there is a denial of service. So what happens is that in case somebody does this to you, if you have multiple servers, not only does that flood of traffic get split across all of them, but if one of your servers goes down, then you have these backup servers that will still maintain your overall services and people can still access your services. And then you can figure out what just happened to you and try to remediate and mitigate that attack that was just done against you. So load balancers can also obscure the backend server infrastructure, making it harder for attackers to target specific servers directly. So they can kind of make it a little bit tougher for the attacker to actually know where they want to attack, right? To be able to find a target to attack. That's what that means, to obscure the backend infrastructure so that attackers have a harder time targeting specific servers. This is a nice little graphic. I like this graphic a lot, actually. So if we have the 3G network or the wide area network, the WAN, which is the internet, basically, it's like a fancy way of calling it the internet. So the internet would get access from your ISP, right? You would get this internet service from your ISP, your Spectrum or AT&T, whoever you have. And then that service would come to the router first. And then the router would send that traffic out, and there would be a couple of firewalls in place first to intercept that traffic to make sure that there's nothing malicious that is trying to automatically access your main network, which in this case has the switch, the gigabit switch. And the gigabit part is not really that big of a deal. It's just saying that it is very powerful and it can do a lot. It can process a lot of traffic itself. So the internet service comes from the WAN. It goes through the router. The router first sends it through the firewalls. And if everything is all good, then it goes to the gigabit switch. And then the gigabit switch sends it to these individual devices. So these are hardwired to the company PCs, and then there's a hardwire that's going to the WAP, not the not the Cardi B song, but the wireless access point. And the wireless access point, as the name implies, sends wireless service out to laptop computers and everything else that would need wireless or that can actually function based on wireless. So the router hardwires to the switch. The switch hardwires to any computer that can support Ethernet as well as the wireless access point, and the wireless access point provides internet service to anything that requires wireless internet service. And then it can also go from the gigabit switch as to the actual network server itself, which is basically just a database server that can be accessed via the internet. So by these remote computers or by this remote laptop that needs to be able to access the assets that are inside of our main network. They can access it through the network, through the internet connection, and get data or basically anything, web server or a database, anything like that would be done through the network server. So this is like a really good one image view of where the internet comes from, and then from the internet service provider coming to the router, going through the firewall, then going to the switch, and then to these individual devices, as well as the wireless, so on and so forth. So this is probably one of the best images that I found that says a lot in this like one image, and it says it in a really clear way that you can understand. All right, now we get to talk about these protocols, these secure protocols. The very first one is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. And the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, also known as HTTP, is the protocol that the internet kind of operates on. So when you use your web browser or a web server, it connects via the Hypertext Transfer Protocol to the internet, right? And this is how it accesses data and it serves data. But it doesn't do it in an encrypted format if it's just by itself. If it's just doing the HTTP portion of it, if it's just doing it like that, it's not encrypted and it's not secure. So this S that we talk about here is using the SSL TLS protocols to encrypt that data between the client, which is your web browser, and the server. So for example, you're watching this video on YouTube, and YouTube has their servers, and you're accessing this video either through your web browser or through the YouTube application. And both of those methods are going through the HTTPS protocol to be able to provide an encrypted transfer of data between your device and the YouTube server, so that nobody logs into your YouTube account without your permission, or nobody logs into the YouTube servers without their permission. So it is eavesdrop proof, it is tampering proof, because there is a high level of encryption that is placed upon this HTTP protocol, and it's turned into this encrypted format, and then now you have encrypted communication over the internet, over the web. The HTTPS ensures that sensitive data like login credentials, personal information, financial transactions are securely transmitted over the internet. It also helps to protect against man-in-the-middle attacks, which is another word for eavesdropping. Somebody just standing in the middle of the connection between you and the server. They're in the middle and they're listening to the conversation between you and the server. And if they capture your financial transaction or your financial login information and then get into your bank account, that's one thing. Verifying the identity of the server using SSL TLS certificates is what the HTTPS protocol relies upon. So, YouTube actually has to have up-to-date SSL TLS certificates, and SSL is actually kind of the outdated version. So most likely they have TLS certificates, and then from there, everything is now encrypted, and you can actually check their certificates by going to your browser and really just looking at it. So let's do that real quick so you can actually kind of see what that looks like. So I'm just going to show you what it looks like on my browser right here for Google Docs. So and this would work for any website. So if you go to this button right here and it says view site information, you click on that, and this opens up and it says connection is secure, and a microphone, all this stuff is over here as well. So if I click on connection is secure, it's going to say your information, for example, passwords and credit card, is private when it is sent to this site. The certificate is valid. And so you click on that and it opens up this whole window right here where we can actually look at their certificate information. Now, Google actually has their own certificate provider, essentially, which is the Google Trust Services. And this is the SHA-256 fingerprint of the certificate that they're providing that actually encrypts the communication. And then my public key, because this is an asymmetric encryption that we have, the public key that's available is right here. And this is the public key that is attached to this certificate. And then for my interaction with them, I have my private key, which is essentially my username and password to log into Google to be able to access this specific service. So Google Cloud actually also provides their own certification software and certificate authority, so to speak. And these are the certificate fields and so on and so forth. So this is essentially just telling you that you can actually go and check the validity of any certificate that is available on HTTPS. And then one of the important things is right here that's really, really interesting to me is that this was issued on November 4th, 2024. It expires January 27, 2025, which means that essentially it's for about 3 months. And then every 3 months, they're going to switch these certificates because just in case somebody's really, really good at trying to hack these certificates, they don't want the same one to be in distribution for very long, so that the people who are trying to attack them are always on their toes, and now they have to try to attack the next one that's going to be issued. So it's you'll find that with a lot of big companies that their certificates are actually being switched out. They're in rotation every 3 months at the very least, or maybe every month even, depending on how big of the company it is. And they do that strictly because they don't want attackers to have enough time to essentially decrypt their certificates. So that is what we have for just a basic understanding of what HTTPS means for us in this context. FTPS, which is the file transfer protocol, the secure version of it. FTPS is the extension of FTP, which is the file transfer protocol that adds support for the TLS, the transport layer security, and SSL secure sockets layer. So basically another protocol that is now being secured by either SSL or TLS, and having cryptographic, so encryption, for the file transfer protocol. And so this secures the data transfer process by encrypting both the commands themselves as well as the data, so that if somebody is trying to intercept your traffic, they can't see what commands you input, meaning they can't see what login information you input, and then they also can't see the data that was transferred back and forth. So FTP is a file transfer protocol. So you can transfer files back and forth between a server and a client. Now, when you add the SSL or TLS security on top of it, now that entire transaction, that entire communication is encrypted. So if anybody's trying to intercept your traffic or eavesdrop or try to tamper, they can't, because everything is, again, encrypted. So FTPS is actually probably something that is also existing on Google Documents. When I try to upload something into my Google Drive, or when I try to download something from my Google Drive, I would presume that FTPS is in play, some kind of a file transfer protocol that is secured by TLS security. The FTPS ensures that files transferred over a network are encrypted, preventing unauthorized access during transmission. It's commonly used in scenarios where secure file transfer is necessary, such as exchanging sensitive data with business partners. So file transfer protocol secure is what we have as our next secure protocol. So let's move on to our next one. SFTP is the secure file transfer protocol. So it's essentially for the same protocol. It's for FTP, the file transfer protocol, except this one is actually being done over SSH, which is secure shell. Unlike FTPS, which is using SSL and TLS, SFTP operates over a single encrypted channel, which is the secure shell channel, providing both file transfer and secure communication capabilities. So it is still securing the file transfer protocol, except in this particular case, instead of using SSL TLS, we are now using the secure shell channel, the secure shell port, for lack of a better term, to be able to secure that communication as well as the file transfer that's taking place. The role in security is that SFTP is commonly used for secure file transfers, offering robust encryption and authentication, thus protecting against man-in-the-middle attacks and unauthorized access to sensitive files. So pretty much the same exact role as the FTPS. It's just that now it's being done through a different mechanism, which is secure shell, instead of it being done through SSL TLS as the certificate authority that's attached to the HTTPS communication, so on and so forth. So SFTP, Secure File Transfer Protocol, and then FTPS, which is File Transfer Protocol Secure, they essentially offer the same functionality. Which brings us to Secure Shell. And Secure Shell is the protocol used to securely access and manage remote systems over a network. It's typically done through the command line or the terminal. It uses encryption to provide a secure channel over an unsecured network such as the internet. SSH can be used for remote command line access, file transfer via SFTP, and tunneling to create a secure tunnel. Roles in security would be that it replaces insecure protocols like Telnet, which is essentially another version of communicating remotely over the command line, except Telnet has no encryption whatsoever. So everything is in plain text, and you can see somebody's username and password. You can see what they're transferring back and forth, and a variety of other things. So Telnet has been outdated for a very, very long time. Secure Shell is now the replacement for it. It offers a lot of the functionalities that Telnet, I think it actually offers all of the functionalities that Telnet offers, except now it actually has encryption and authentication mechanisms in place so that you can do whatever you need to do without having to worry about somebody doing a man-in-the-middle attack or trying to poison your input or to steal your data, so on and so forth. So it is widely used for securely managing servers and network devices, as well as securely transmitting data between systems. So that's what we got for Secure Shell. I think this is our last secure protocol, I believe. Some of our key takeaways here are that routers control traffic between networks, and the internet at large could be considered a wide area network, so a massive network. And routers control traffic between these networks, providing segmentation and security by implementing access control lists. That's a router. And so your internet service comes from your internet service provider, and then it comes into your local network. So it comes from the wide area network into your local area network, your LAN. These switches handle communication within a local network and provide security through VLANs and port security. So internet comes from the router, goes to the switch, just if you can recall that image. So that it will go from the router. Typically, it will probably go through a firewall as well, and it will go through the switch. And then the switch will handle communication within the local network. For example, all the local devices, the wireless access point, the web server, so on and so forth. And then if necessary, if you have a building of 5 floors, or if you have a business that has 3 different departments or sections inside of the business, then you would have these VLANs that each switch essentially provides as a VLAN. It could essentially act as a VLAN entry point, and then it would control the traffic within that virtual LAN, within that segment of your larger network, and offer port security as well. And then you have the firewall, which is essential for protecting the network perimeter and monitoring traffic to prevent unauthorized access. And so the firewall could be right between the router and the switch. It could be between the switch and the load balancer. It could be between the load balancer and any of your applications, like your web browser. So firewalls can exist on multiple locations inside of your network, and for the best security posture, you probably want them to be in multiple locations. You can even have a firewall that is physically embedded into the router. So there's a lot of different places that firewalls can exist, and they're protecting the network perimeter and monitoring traffic to prevent unauthorized access. Load balancers improve performance and availability, but can also contribute to security by shielding back-end servers. So load balancers improve performance for the most part, as well as availability. They can also contribute to security by shielding backend servers so that people can't directly access the backend server. And then you can have the load balancer distribute the traffic between multiple servers so that not one server gets overwhelmed, as well as if one of them goes down, you now have these redundancies that will also, again, the load balancer will help to distribute the traffic among them. And then we have the secure protocols like Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, File Transfer Protocol Secure, or Secure File Transfer Protocol, and of course Secure Shell. And they're all essential for encrypting sensitive data in transit, preventing eavesdropping, and protecting against attacks. And these are a few of the secure protocols. This is in no means meant to say these are all of the secure protocols, but the idea here is that you understand that there are such things as secure protocols. And I would highly recommend you actually look into the variety of secure protocols. And I'm going to give you some videos, obviously, as well. And some, if nothing else, you can just go and Google cheat sheets for secure networking protocols, and then you'll get a bunch of them, as well as the descriptions for each ones and what their purposes serve. So independent study is a big deal here. I would highly recommend that you actually go ahead and take the time to do that if you are serious about your security education, right? So let's move on. Story time. So we have the Mirai botnet, which the 2016 attack is what they're responsible for. So the Mirai botnet, essentially, if you can think about a botnet being as a bunch of Internet of Things devices. So we've talked about IoT devices. So if you can think about IoT devices, your smart TV being one of them, your phone could be one of them. You could have your if you have a microwave that connects to the internet, any appliance that essentially connects to the internet, your garage door opener if it connects to the internet, essentially any device that is connected to the internet can act as an IoT device. And a botnet usually consists of millions of these various IoT devices, and then they use that botnet, and each one of those devices acts as an individual bot, like a little robot that can do a few different things. For example, just send a ping to the target, right? So if you have a million of them, that means each one of them can send a ping, which means a million pings goes to this target. And if I recommend, or if I instruct these bots in this botnet to send 100 pings, that means I am now sending 100 million pings to the target, right? So this is what a botnet essentially is. Now, the Mirai botnet emerged in 2016, demonstrated the significant security risk associated with the IoT devices. The Mirai exploited common vulnerabilities in devices like default or easily guessable passwords. Many IoT devices ship with the default passwords, making them easy targets for attackers. So if you can remember what we did with the webcams as we were going and finding public webcams and how easily they are to access. And there's a lot of that with the default or easily guessable passwords or their default IP addresses or anything of those sorts. Weak or outdated firmware, meaning the outdated firmware often contains security vulnerabilities that can be exploited by the attackers. And of course, lack of security updates. Many IoT devices lack mechanisms for receiving and installing security updates, leaving them perpetually vulnerable. So these are just a few of the ways that they were able to exploit these IoT devices and add them to their botnet. Now, the impact was that they infected millions of IoT devices, including routers, security cameras, DVRs, and then turning them into a massive botnet. This botnet was used to launch massive DDoS attacks, disrupting internet services for millions of users. So the service of a botnet, the purpose of a botnet is typically that. They just use it to distribute denial of service attacks, to attack any given target with these millions of little bots and then just flood them with a bunch of useless traffic and bring that service down. The key takeaway here, or a few of them, is the importance of IoT security is probably the primary here. The Mirai botnet highlighted the critical need for robust security measures of IoT devices, including strong passwords, or basically any password that is not the default password, regular firmware updates, and of course, secure default configurations. And then vendor responsibility. Manufacturers of IoT devices have a responsibility to ensure the security of their products, including implementing secure default configurations and providing regular security updates. And then you have user awareness. So this is where it all comes down to the human element, the weakest link in the chain. So users of IoT devices must also take steps to improve their security, such as changing default passwords, keeping firmware up to date, and minimizing their network exposure, meaning the scale of their network, turning things off. If you don't need them, don't use them, don't turn them on, don't get unnecessary devices, make sure all your configurations are up to par, you don't use anything that's default as the configuration, so on and so forth. It ultimately comes down to the user of those devices, making sure that they're not being lazy and they're actually taking the steps they need to secure their IoT devices. This is a stark reminder of the growing threat posed by insecure IoT devices and the importance of a comprehensive approach to IoT security. Which finally brings us to our videos for independent studies. So protocols and servers, parts 1 and 2. And then we have network security protocols as well. These are all available on the channel. You can also get access to all of these links as well as the practice exams and everything else that is inside of this document that I'm using by being a member of Hackaholics Anonymous as an agent tier member or above. And you'll get access to all of these things easily. You can obviously just go and search the channel for these videos, so that's not going to be an issue. But just to make your life a little bit more convenient, and of course to give you access to all of the practice questions that we're using, as well as the practice examinations that is at the very end of this actual document that I am using right now. So let's go into the practice questions for section 3B. All right, so here we go. What is the primary function of a router in a network? Is it to filter traffic based on security rules? That's a firewall. So when you think of filtering traffic or security rules, think firewall. To forward data packets between different networks, that's pretty solid. That would be my answer. To encrypt data sent over the network, that's not necessarily. Routers don't actually encrypt the data. These would be security protocols for the most part. To segment the network into smaller VLANs, that would be a switch. So I would say B. Boom, there we go. Which of the following is the primary role of a switch in a network? So we actually just talked about it, right? So to create VLANs or to forward data based on the physical addresses on a single network. So to manage traffic between different subnets, that's actually not the case, although it can be. So it's again, this is one of those things where I'm like, I could kind of convince myself that this could be the answer, but not really. It's not to manage the traffic between subnets. It helps to create a subnet. The router would probably manage the traffic between the different subnets. To create a secure connection between a client and a server, that would be a secure protocol, so it's not it. Forward data packets based on MAC addresses, which is their physical addresses within a single network. This would be my answer right here. That's like the obvious answer. To filter traffic based on IP addresses and ports, again, filtering of traffic would go to the firewall. So I would say C is my answer. Very good. What is the function of a firewall? So here we go. To filter. So let's see if we can find anything that does filtering, right? So to distribute traffic across multiple servers, that's a load balancer. To distribute traffic across multiple servers. To forward data packets between different networks, that would be a router once again. To monitor and control incoming and outgoing traffic based on security rules. So there we go. This is what we got. So we are not using the keyword filter here, but we do see security rules here, which does immediately apply to a firewall. To segment the network into VLANs, that would be a switch again. So we have C being our answer. Nice. So which type of firewall performs deep packet inspection and includes features like intrusion prevention and application? So packet filtering does do packet inspection, but it's like the most basic version of a firewall. We can call that a stateless firewall. A stateful firewall looks at the context, like the behavior or the application. The next generation firewall does all of those things, but it also includes intrusion prevention and application awareness as part of its functionality. So that would be it. A proxy firewall, not really. A proxy is, how can I best describe a proxy? So if you wanted to use something as your proxy, that would kind of be it. When you're that's not a good explanation. So think about a proxy server. So if I want to disguise myself so that when I go and scan somebody, I would use a series of IP addresses that are not my IP address, and those IP addresses would be my proxies, right? So a proxy is the intermediary, so to speak, the proxy to the king, right? So if the king isn't present, this person that's acting as their proxy essentially can act on behalf of the king. They can deliver certain information or take information to the king, or maybe even make certain decisions on behalf of the king. They're acting as their proxy. So proxy firewall would be the firewall that is dedicated to that proxy, which is not going to do what we want in case of intrusion prevention and all of that stuff. So it's simply just filtering traffic for the proxy. So all of that to say that C would be the answer. There we go. What is the primary function of a load balancer in a network? So to segment the network into subnets for security, that would be the switch. the VLAN concept. To forward data packets based on MAC addresses, that's also a switch to distribute incoming traffic across multiple servers to ensure availability and performance. So think about a load balancer, balancing the load, balancing the massive amount of traffic that's coming in, and it's doing it across multiple servers to ensure availability and performance. And that's exactly what it's doing. To encrypt traffic between a client and a server, that would be a security protocol. So C is our answer. Very good. All right, which of the following secure protocols, here we go. Which of the following secure protocols is used to encrypt HTTP traffic? I mean, it's literally right there, HTTPS. And to protect user data from eavesdropping, that's it right there. Which protocol is used to provide, and you know what, like we should talk about these things. So HTTP is running on port 80. So my question, like my version of this question would be, which would be used to encrypt port 80 traffic, and then you would have to find out what that is. And then HTTP is port 80, and then HTTPS would be port 443. So I would say, FTPS would end up being port 20. Actually, not even in the 20s. So I don't know I haven't memorized this one, and I haven't memorized this one. I know SSH is port 22. I know HTTPS is port 443. I don't know what the secure ports are in this. If you know without looking on the internet, because I can go ahead and Google it. So if you know it without Googling it, then drop it in the comments. But we're using the trust system here, the honor system, that you're not actually going to go Google the answer. But which of the following secure protocols would be this? So it would be HTTPS, obviously, but this is port 80. So, what would be used to encrypt port 80? It's actually port 443 is what would be the answer for that. Which protocol is used to provide secure remote access to network devices or servers? So secure remote access to network devices or servers. So file transfer protocol just by itself is not secure. So FTP by itself is not encrypted. This is not a secure protocol. So that's not even the answer. Telnet is also not secure. It's a decrypted, it's a plain text protocol. So that's also not the answer. So we have only two answers here that are actually secure. Now, SFTP is a file transfer protocol. And so we're not talking about that. We're talking about remote access to a network device or a server, which is done through secure shell. What is the primary difference between FTPS and SFTP? So FTPS is done through SSL TLS, and SFTP is done through the SSH secure port. So FTPS uses SSL TLS to secure communication. SFTP uses SSH. I mean, that's pretty much the answer. SFTP is a version of FTP that supports encryption, while FTPS does not. That is incorrect. Both of them support encryption. FTPS is used for remote server management, while SFTP is used for secure browsing. That's complete bullshit. SFTP is an email encryption protocol, while FTPS is used for secure file storage. That's also complete bullshit. So C and D are nonsense. It doesn't make sense because secure shell is encrypted, and so is SSL TLS. Both of those are encrypted. So this also doesn't make sense. The only answer would be A. Yeah. What is the role of SSH in a network environment? To filter and block malicious traffic from entering the network. That would be a firewall. To encrypt data in transit between a client and a server. That's pretty solid. To provide secure remote access and file transfer capabilities. No, I mean, you kind of can do it using SSH, but again, I'm trying to convince myself here, right? So I can do secure remote access. Yes, I can do that through SSH. I can actually use SSH for file transfer by using the SFTP, right? But it's asking specifically about SSH, which so far B is the answer. To segment the network, that's not it either. So B would be my answer. Now this is interesting. So to encrypt data in transit between a client and a server, this I guess is talking about a secure protocol here. But I need to verify that I didn't accidentally click on I didn't accidentally highlight the wrong answer here. So that's what I'm going to verify right now, and we'll come back to the question. But to encrypt the data in transit between a client and a server, this would actually be HTTPS. So I can already tell that that's the wrong answer. So HTTPS would be encrypting data in transit between a client and a server, and that is indeed the wrong answer. So it is actually SSH is to provide secure remote access and file transfer capability. So that is the right answer here. Encrypting data in transit between a client, which would be our web browser, and a server, which would be like the YouTube server, for example, that would be HTTPS. So that is the right answer. Which secure protocol is commonly used for secure file transfers over the network using an encrypted connection? So again, FTP by itself is not secure. This is insecure. Telnet is also not secure. It's insecure. So you have FTPS and then you have SFTP. And both of those are commonly used for file transfers over the network using an encrypted connection. So the encrypted connection part is the parts that it would be kind of the key that we would use for choosing our answer. I'm going to say FTPS because it's using the SSL TLS encryption to encrypt our connection. SFTP would be using the SSH tunnel and that port, that protocol. I'm going to say A. Oh my God, it's SFTP. So it's using the secure protocol commonly used for secure file transfers over the network using an encrypted connection, and the encrypted connection would be SSH. Encrypted connection would be SSH. SSL and TLS encrypt the transfer protocol, but the encrypted connection that is using is done through SSH, which would actually be done with SFTP. God, it's like these little details is what messes you up if you don't pay attention. You know what I'm saying? I think you can see that. And the thing is, you know what's interesting? I created this slideshow, right? So it's like you would think that I'm familiar with these answers already. And, you know, hand to God, I was like literally burning through these questions and I was just highlighting the answers. I wasn't registering what the question was and what the answers were. So I'm actually like reading through these questions while you're going through them as well. You know what I mean? So it's like, we're both kind of going through this at the same time, which is why I'm like, damn it, I'm actually getting some wrong answers. Towards the first few chapters, I was like, dude, I'm solid. I'm really good at this. But now it's like, now I'm being tested. Okay, here we go. Scenario: a device directs data packets between different networks, ensuring the packets take the most efficient route. So route would be the keyword, and it's also going between different networks here. And that would be our router. The firewall filters, switches for the local using media access controls, and then load balancer has to do with various servers. Router, there we go. An e-commerce platform distributes incoming web traffic across multiple servers to ensure availability and prevent overloading, and that is of course our load balancer. An administrator securely transfers configuration files to a remote server and verifies that the data cannot be intercepted. Okay, they transfer configuration files to a remote server and verify that the data cannot be intercepted. So SMTP is a simple mail transfer protocol. So this is email, and it doesn't really mention anything about email. HTTPS is the communication between a client and a server, and this isn't really necessarily giving us anything. This is the only two that we have, FTPS and SFTP. Now it says it's doing it securely transfers configuration to a remote server and verifies that the data cannot be intercepted. Oh man, I'm gonna say FTPS. Fucking hell, Jesus, I'm so pissed that this is not working. Okay, so this is happening through secure shell. I'm trying to work through the logic. So secure shell, SFTP is secure shell. Administrator securely transfers configuration files to a remote server. Maybe that's what it is. That's the hint right there, because you use secure shell to connect to a remote server, and I think that's like the key right there, and verifies that can't be intercepted. So SFTP using secure shell, that's probably the key. Customer enters their credit card information on an e-commerce website and the browser shows a padlock icon in the address bar. So we already talked about this. That would be HTTPS. So if it has anything to do with a website communication and being encrypted and secure and everything like that. You're talking about the HTTP, HTTPS, which is everything that has to do with web browsers. FTP is a file transfer protocol just by itself. It's not secure at all. SSH is to use the terminal and the command line interface to connect to a remote server. So that's not it either. So these are the only two options that we have now. HTTPS is actually for the web browser and a website, but it's not secure. So the only option that we have is HTTPS. Very good. And that's it. That's all we had for the secure protocols and network devices. I'm kind of upset that I got a couple of those questions wrong. I'm a little bit upset right now, but it's fine. It's okay. We're moving on. Let us go into cloud security now. This Security Plus training series is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And to get access to the training documents for Security Plus, as well as all of the practice questions inside of that slideshow, as well as the mock examination links that are available in the documents, you would join Hackaholics Anonymous as either a cyber agent, cyber guardian, or a cyber master. And if you join as any one of those tiers, you get exclusive downloads, which includes all of these Security Plus training documents and mock exams, so on and so forth. But you would also get Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity, pen testing. You would get access to live streams that go on monthly with me, Discord servers for advanced members, exclusive downloads, exclusive content, and of course a myriad of other things as well. And it would be my pleasure to actually see you inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. And to be able to join, you would need to simply just click the link in the description below. You can also come to our homepage on the channel and just click on this simple little join button that we have over here, or you can go to youtube.com/hankhackshackers/join. And that would give you access to that little pop-up that you just saw, which shows you all of the different tiers of Hackaholics Anonymous. Okay, so cloud security is one of these concepts that really came about when cloud computing became more and more popular. And when companies realized that, instead of buying all of the hardware and setting up these computers and spending all of that money up front, instead of doing all that, they could literally just pay $10 a month or $20 a month to get a virtual machine through a cloud service provider. It was kind of like a no-brainer. But with this new form of computing that came this need for cloud security. And hackers obviously had a field day with this because now they have this whole new attack vector that they can follow and try to get access to data, as well as account numbers, or really anything that is available on a physical computer. Now it's available through a virtual machine, a cloud computer, right? So the concept of cloud security was something that came around because of the fact that cloud computing just became more and more popular. Cloud environments introduce unique challenges, including shared responsibilities between the cloud provider, meaning, let's say, Microsoft Azure or Amazon AWS, Amazon Web Services, and then the customer, the user, right? As well as the concerns about data privacy, access controls, and regulatory compliance. What we're going to cover is the shared responsibility model, and then where the division of security duties is clarified between the cloud provider and then the customer. We will also discuss the concept of virtualization, what that actually means, and then containers and the difference between the two, including tools like the Docker tool, which is very, very useful, and it relates directly to containers, as well as Kubernetes, which are commonly used in the cloud environments to enhance scalability, efficiency, and of course, security. So I'm going to give you a quick little side-by-side comparison between cloud security, or cloud computing, I should say, cloud computing versus traditional computing, and then we'll dive into cloud security. So this is a really good side-by-side comparison between on-premise computing, or we can call it physical infrastructure computing, versus cloud computing. So there's a good breakdown of costs that we can look at when we look at the either side of this thing. So first of all, we have the on-premise type of computing, which is the traditional type of computing. So 9% of the cost itself, we can say, is associated with the licenses for the various software. So let's say Microsoft, for example, Microsoft Windows. We have customization and implementation, the hardware itself, like the actual physical CPUs, the graphics cards, the power source, so on and so forth. Then there's the IT personnel that actually has to set these things up, manage them, troubleshoot them. There's maintenance of these things if anything breaks down or if you need to upgrade them. And then there's the training that's involved to be able to teach people how to use it. And then all of that falls into the overall cost of this. And then you have these, this is the overall cost of the setup. And then you have the ongoing costs for this, which is if you need to patch something, upgrade something, or apply any kind of fixes, that is going to cost you something downtime. So if the systems go down for whatever reason, and now you have to try to fix it, not only is the system down and you're losing money while the system is down, but then you have to also pay your IT personnel that's going to end up fixing it, right? There's performance tuning if you need to make sure that they actually upgrade as the time goes on, right? As the modern computing era just keeps evolving, you need to tune the performance of the physical hardware, meaning upgrade your CPUs and upgrade your RAM and so on and so forth. Rewrite customization. So if you need to actually customize the performance or any of the software or any of the code that is being used to customize your computers in any capacity, you would need to rewrite those customizations. You would need to rewrite any integrations between the software that's taking place. Upgrade dependent applications. So any applications that your hardware actually relies upon. If your hardware depends on any of these applications, you need to upgrade those applications in order for it to function as you want it to. Then there's the burden on your IT team. Then there's maintaining and upgrading the hardware, maintaining and upgrading your network, maintaining and upgrading your security, and maintaining and upgrading your database. All of these things are ongoing costs that comes with physical computing or on-premise computing. Now, this is not to say that there is no place for on-premise computing. There is actually a place in on-premise computing. It's just that it's not a be-all and end-all anymore. This is one of those things that you will most likely need some kind of a database or some kind of a server that needs to sit on your premises that for a variety of different reasons. It could be convenience, it could be security, it could be a variety of different things that you will need a physical server to sit on your premises. So this is not to say that on-premise computing is completely obsolete and you never need it anymore. You still need it. It's just that it's not something that you would use for everything and everybody. So imagine you have 100 employees and you have to set up 100 physical computers. That doesn't really make sense anymore, right? So it's like if there has to be a way that you can kind of get around that. And that's where cloud computing really starts to shine. The setup, the initial setup of it, the majority of the cost of it is going to be in the actual subscription fee itself. And then there's the rest of it, which is the implementation, customization, and the training, which is essentially very similar to what's going on over here. It's just that it's not as big of a cost anymore. You still need to train your employees. You still need to customize them, customize your cloud computing or your virtual machines, and you still need to deploy these things and implement it so that your employees can use them. But it's not nearly as sophisticated and resource intensive as it is on the physical computing side. And then the ongoing cost is just a subscription fee, which means what? The maintenance and upgrading of the hardware is done from the cloud service provider. The maintenance of the upgrade of the network is kind of both ends. As long as you actually have access to your internet, then you're all good and you can access your virtual machines. But for the most part, and there's also the version of this where instead of using the cloud service provider, you can have one massive physical server that through that physical server, you have deployed 100 different virtual machines through your hypervisor, whichever type of hypervisor you use. And then from there, your employees get access to the virtual machines on your one physical server. So it makes it a little bit easier to maintain in that regard. But for the most part, if you're using cloud computing, all of this stuff, all of this ongoing burden on the IT team and all of that, is mostly on the cloud service provider because they're upgrading the physical infrastructure. You don't really have to worry about any of that. You just need to log in, and now you have access to the computer that you need. Downtime isn't really a big thing anymore because there are so many redundant warehouses that have servers that are available, that if one of those warehouses goes down or if one of those servers go down, now you have these redundant servers, these secondary, tertiary servers that will kick in so that you never lose access to your virtual machines. Tuning of the performance, rewriting customization. A lot of these things are done by the actual cloud service provider, and you just need to log in and access it. It's essentially that simple. I may be oversimplifying it because there are a lot of ways that you can also customize the virtual machines that you get and still integrate a lot of different things that you would want. But in that regard, that's where the Docker kicks in, and the ability to just add an application with a couple of clicks, and now it's all set up and ready to go, right? So it's like it's not as resource intensive, expertise intensive as on-premise computing is. That's kind of the whole point here. And then, of course, there's the overall cost of it, especially the upfront cost. The upfront cost on physical computing is much more because you actually have to go buy the physical hardware and so on and so forth. And then there's the ongoing cost, which has to do with actually having to upgrade the hardware and adding new CPUs and adding new GPUs and the motherboards and all of these various things that are elements of a physical computer versus just renting one, so to speak, or leasing one from a cloud service provider. So the overall cost, in my opinion, the overall cost is much greater when you're doing physical computing. And then there's the maintenance part of it that's also much more intensive when you're doing physical computing versus cloud computing. So now we actually have this nice side-by-side comparison. So what we can do now is we can go and learn about the various services that are available through cloud service providers, and then how all of that stuff connects to the concept of security. There are three primary cloud service models. The very first one is infrastructure as a service. So this provides the most fundamental level of cloud services, meaning virtualized computing resources over the internet. Basically, you are renting virtual machines, storage, networking devices, and any other fundamental computing resources on demand. The customer is responsible for managing everything above the hardware layer. So think about it as this. When you're renting infrastructure, you're renting hardware, meaning you have to install operating systems on it. You have to install applications on it. Operating systems are referred to as the platforms, and then applications would be referred to as the software. So you're essentially just renting physical hardware from the cloud service provider, and now you're responsible for everything else, meaning the platform or the operating system and the software or the applications that are being installed. If you want to install Windows, you have to install Windows. If you want to install Zoom, for example, you have to install those things. So everything else is on you, right? So all you're doing is you're renting the infrastructure, the hardware. That's what infrastructure as a service is. With infrastructure, what the provider manages, what the CSP, the cloud service provider manages, is the physical servers. So the data centers and the hardware, the physical stuff. They also manage the networking hardware, so the routers and the switches. They manage storage, so actual external storage or the on-computer storage, the physical storage that's on the actual disks. And then they manage the virtualization part of it, meaning the hypervisor portion, essentially, allowing you to install a operating system. That's basically what virtualization really stands for. So this is what the provider manages in the infrastructure as a service. And then what the customer is responsible for is the actual operating system. So they'll give you the hypervisor to install the operating system, but then you have to determine, okay, I want to install Linux, I want to install a Windows Server, so on and so forth. All of that is up to you to actually install. And then upon that OS, you need to install your applications and middleware, as well as the data itself, and as well as the security. So for example, firewalls needing to be installed, the encryption of the data that you have on there you need to manage, accessing controls or the access control lists you need to manage. And then all of that is for the virtual machines and the storage devices that you are going to essentially be renting from the CSP. So they manage the physical stuff, as well as this last piece, which is essentially the hypervisor or the virtualization mechanism that will allow you to install your operating system. And then everything else on top of that is up to you. So the operating system is up to you, applications, middleware, data, security, firewall, all of these things are up to you as the customer, and then they just manage everything that's on the physical side of things. Some of our common use cases would be hosting a website or some kind of an application with customizable virtual environments, running legacy applications or databases that need a specific OS configuration, legacy being kind of outdated or a little bit grandfathered type of applications that need a specific OS configuration, meaning some type of older legacy type of operating system, and in scalable environments for testing and development. And this concept of scalability is going to become a very, it's like a repetitive idea that we're going to be talking about regularly, because that's one of the big things about a cloud service provider. If you wanted to get 100 new virtual machines, you literally do it with a few clicks instead of having to order the hardware and then piece them together and all of the stuff that goes into building an individual computer. Imagine having to build 100 individual computers versus just launching 100 virtual machines and then people can access them with their usernames and passwords. So it's a very, very different type of ability, and the convenience of being able to scale something up quickly or scale something down quickly is this concept that we're just going to keep running into as we go in cloud computing. Examples of infrastructure as a service type environments would be the Amazon Web Services, so AWS EC2. Specifically, EC2 would be the portion under infrastructure as a service. Then Microsoft Azure Virtual Machines is the Microsoft version, and then there's the Google Cloud Compute Engine, which is the Google version. And these are going to be our three main companies that we're going to review over and over. This is not to say that these are the only companies that offer infrastructure as a service. These are just the biggest names. And what happens is that AWS is going to have their IaaS, so infrastructure as a service. Microsoft is going to have their version. Google's going to have their version. And then when we go to platform as a service, AWS is going to have their version. Microsoft is going to have their version, and so on and so forth. So these are just the infrastructure as a service portions of these main cloud service providers, which then brings us to platform as a service. So platform as a service offers the platform that allows developers to build, to deploy, and to manage applications without worrying about the underlying infrastructure. So you no longer have to worry about the physical hardware. Now you're just worrying about applications on top of the platform. So it abstracts away the need for managing virtual machines, managing storage, and even networking, allowing developers to focus on the application itself, and includes development tools, operating systems, and software frameworks. So if you can think about just the next level up from infrastructure, the very next thing would be operating system. So it allows you to have development tools, it allows you to have operating systems and software frameworks, and you pick from these things instead of having to worry about the type of virtual machine you want to install and then having to worry about, okay, now what kind of OS do I want to install, and so on and so forth. So you have gotten rid of the worrying about infrastructure and the physical hardware. Now you're just more concerned about actually working with development tools, operating systems, and software. In this model, what the provider actually manages is the hardware, again, because that is essentially, it's always going to be something that they're going to manage, but they're also going to manage the operating system now. They're also going to manage the middleware, which is like the databases or the messaging services that will be available, messaging applications. And then they're going to manage storage and they're going to manage networking. So it's like these two pieces right here, as well as the hardware, is going to be something that is always going to be persistent. So with infrastructure, with platform, and software as a service. With all of them, the provider is going to manage the hardware, they're going to manage the storage and the networking. And then what you're going to worry about in that situation is going to be the middleware. For if you're doing infrastructure as a service, you would be worried about middleware and the operating system. But if you're doing platform as a service, then they're going to take care of the middleware and the operating system. And now all you have to worry about is applications, meaning the code as well as the configurations of the application, source code, then the data itself, content, user data, and then security, application level security like user authentication and access control lists, so on and so forth. So they have now added an extra layer of responsibility for themselves, which ends up being the OS, the middleware, and essentially that. So at the infrastructure level, they were doing hardware, storage, and networking, and the OS level or the platform level, they're going to manage the operating system and the middleware. And then now you only have to worry about applications, data, and then the security. In platform as a service, you would use it for developing web or mobile applications, managing APIs, as well as microservices, and then integrating databases and application environments into your platform. These are some of the common use cases that you would have. And then the examples of this would be the Google App Engine. So instead of the compute engine, we're now talking about the app engine, and then the Microsoft Azure App Services, and then Heroku or Heroku. I don't know how to pronounce. I want to say it's Heroku, but essentially these would be the examples of platform as a service and the big names in that type of service. And finally, we are going to talk about software as a service. So as you can probably imagine, this is the least level of management that you have to worry about as the customer, and the majority of everything that we've talked about is now going to be managed by the cloud service provider. So software as a service is the most fully managed service model where the cloud provider hosts and manages both the infrastructure and the software applications, so the platforms, and then the customers simply access the application via a web browser or some kind of a client interface without having to worry about the underlying infrastructure or software maintenance. So this is the least level of responsibility for the customer and the most level of responsibility for the CSP, the cloud service provider. With this model, the service provider pretty much manages everything. So they manage the actual hardware, they manage the software, the operating system, the network devices, security, and application updates and patches. So they pretty much manage everything. What the customer has to worry about is the user level stuff. So for example, just creating usernames and passwords and the preferences or the configurations of each one of those user settings and what they're going to get access to and what they can do on these various applications or these various software. And then they have to worry about their data, so the user's inputs as well as the content that's being stored, and then the user authentication. So depending on the application, how you want to authenticate your users, and then again, just going kind of back to those access control lists and everything else in that regard as well, so that a certain level of user can access a certain type of software, and other levels can't do it, so on and so forth. So for the most part, the customer just manages the users at this level. When it comes down to software, you're just worrying about who has a login to what type of service and what they can actually do when they log into that service. And that's basically it. Everything else is managed by the CSP. So this again just takes most of the responsibility, puts it on the provider, on the CSP, and then on the other side, the only thing that the customer has to worry about is just the user level stuff. So the least level of responsibility on the user, the most level of responsibility on the CSP. Some of the examples of this would be essentially email or CRM or ERP without managing any of the infrastructure. Collaboration tools like Google Workspace or Microsoft 365 are perfect examples of the software as a service. And then you have the customer relationship management, which is Salesforce, and there's just a lot of different software that companies can essentially buy licenses to or lease and just pay a monthly subscription to, whatever it is. And now what they're doing is they're using that software as a service and the employees will just log in with their individual logins. So Google Workspace, like Docs and Sheets and Gmail, that's all falling under software as a service. Salesforce, Dropbox, Slack, these are just all other examples of software as a service. And then you essentially just get a license for each one of these things, especially if you really are going into the commercial environment where you need to have really heavy duty access for everybody in your company, so on and so forth. So Google Workspace, like Google Docs, for example, as long as the person has a Gmail account, essentially they can get access to Docs and Sheets and everything like that. But what happens with Google Workspace specifically is that now you can share access to Docs and Sheets and folders and so on and so forth. So it makes it more collaborative when you use the Google Workspace versus just using an individual Gmail account and a Google Drive account to be able to access documents and sheets and slides and whatever it is. So this is where the collaboration part of it comes in, and a company can assign departments to use a certain series of assets like Dropbox, for example. So there is essentially commercial versions of all of these things that companies can use for their employees and the various departments inside of their company that are they kind of basically do the same thing as the community version or the free version of these applications. It's just that now you can spread it across your entire company, and your company will get a workspace account that within that workspace account you can share a variety of different assets with the different employees or the different departments in your company, which kind of goes back to this whole software as a service. And that's how it gets distributed in the enterprise environment. So obviously, I'm going to share some kind of a visual with you. And I think the best way to, let me see if I can kind of zoom in on these things specifically. So if we wanted to look at infrastructure as a service, if we just wanted to look at infrastructure as a service, we're looking at the data center, the physical building, right? So the data center building is what you're renting, networking, firewalls, and security is what you're renting, and then servers and storage is what you are renting. And so on top of these things, you're responsible for installing a Windows Server operating system or Linux or whatever it is, and then your employees would be able to log in to that specific virtual machine via whatever platform they're going to get access to. And in a lot of cases, they're just going to get a terminal computer, which all it needs to do is just be able to support a web browser. That's how powerful that computer needs to be, that physical computer that the employee is going to sit at and log in. All they have to do is maybe use their own device, so BYOD, bring your own device, or you just give them a basic enough computer that they can open a web browser, and with access to fast enough internet through that web browser, they will log into an instance of Microsoft Server, and that Microsoft Server is sitting inside of this server that is being rented as infrastructure from AWS, for example. And you don't have to worry about having a super powerful computer that has, 64 gigabytes of RAM and 10 terabytes of storage. Like, you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, because as long as that basic computer that the employee is accessing has enough RAM to access the web browser and not have to stall and worry about that, and then you have really good access to a strong internet service, from that moment everything else, that employee can essentially log into the most powerful computer in the world, essentially. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you kind of get the idea. They could have a RAM on their physical computer that has 2 gigabytes of RAM, but then they log into a virtual machine that's sitting on AWS servers that has 32 gigabytes of RAM. And now, because of that access, now they're technically using a computer that is way more powerful than the actual computer that they're sitting on. So you're renting the physical infrastructure, the physical hardware is what you're renting when you use IaaS, infrastructure as a service. Now, the next level up from this would be the platform as a service. And so platform as a service would be, let me kind of zoom in on this and make this a little bit more neat here. The platform as a service now includes the operating system. So it obviously you're still getting all of these things from the cloud service provider, but now it's also installing that operating system for you. So instead of you having to worry about installing the operating system, you just say, hey, I want to rent Windows Server from you. And they, couple of clicks, it's already installed, and the employee now just logs in to that Windows Server. You don't have to worry about installing the Windows Server or installing Linux or anything like that. You say, hey, I want to rent Kali Linux from you, and then you just go ahead and rent it. And that's basically it. Like that, you don't have to worry about the installation and the configuration and everything else. You just say, I want Kali Linux. I want it to have 8 gigabytes of RAM. Da 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 da. And then a couple of clicks, and then you're done. And now you have virtualized that machine for yourself. So you're now renting the actual virtual machine. On this thing, on the infrastructure as a service, you had to install the virtual machine. You had to install the operating system. So you needed to know where to go and get. You probably would get the ISO images from them, and you would need to just worry about the installation of that and the configuration of that. And it's a much more hands-on type of an experience. So you need to know how to configure the installation of an operating system and go through that process. Whereas with platform as a service, you're just checking a couple of boxes and then clicking initialize, right? And then it'll start the operating system for you, and then you just give a username and password to your employee, and then you have to worry about installing the software on it, and you have to worry about getting these various services that you would need and all of that stuff on that operating system that you're renting. So you're getting the operating system, but you still need to worry about installing the various software or applications that your employees are going to be using. In this side, you're only getting physical, and you have to install the operating system as well as the applications. On this side, you're just renting the actual operating system, and you only have to worry about the applications. And then finally, we get to the last level here, which is software as a service, which then brings us with everything, right? It gives us the hosted applications, the development tools, database management, business analytics. These are all fall under applications, and these are the only things that you now have to worry about. The cloud service provider already has all of this for you. You don't even need to worry about an operating system at that point. You just say, hey, I need access to Google Workplace, I think that's what it was, workspaces or something like that, or I need access to Microsoft 365, and that's it. Like, you just create some usernames and passwords, you create some user accounts, and then you get access to those applications. None of this other stuff is even of concern to you anymore. You don't need to worry about RAM, you don't need to worry about processing power. You just say, I want access to this application, and that's it. I want 100 employees to be able to access this application, and then you create their user accounts, and that's basically it. So software as a service has the least to worry about when it comes down to the customer, and the most responsibility goes on the actual cloud service provider. And then every level that you kind of go down here, so if we went to platform as a service, you get the operating system, but now you have to worry about installing the applications and the development tools and so on and so forth. So you're still getting a little bit more of responsibility on the customer. And then when you go to infrastructure, it's there, you're literally just renting the physical devices, the actual servers that have the RAM, but you have to worry about installing the operating system and installing the applications and creating user accounts and doing all of that stuff. So it gives you the most control. We can think about it like that. So instead of thinking about responsibility, you can think about as control. When you go to infrastructure as a service, you're just renting the physical stuff, and then you have the most control on every other type of configuration. When you go to software as a service, you're basically renting, you're leaving the control part of these elements to the cloud service provider, and the only thing you're controlling is just how many employees can access a certain application, and that's basically it. So this would be, I hope I didn't over explain it, but I'm trying to make sure that you actually really understand it. But these would be the key differences between infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And in case you like tables, as far as like comparison is concerned, this is what the side-by-side comparison will look like. So you have the feature, the actual platform itself, right? The whatever you're using, the service itself. And so level of control, for example, in infrastructure as a service, the most control, meaning you have you manage everything except hardware and networking. So as the customer, you have the most control with infrastructure as a service. With software as a service, you have the least control, meaning the service is fully managed for you, and all you're doing is just creating login accounts, right? Platform as a service, you have moderate control, so you manage the apps and the data, but the platform itself is managed. And then so target audience for these infrastructure as a service would be IT admins, developers, companies needing flexible infrastructure. So again, you have the most control, meaning you need somebody who can actually configure all of those things and knows what they're doing. And then on the side right here, software as a service, essentially the target customer is the end user. So businesses needing ready-made software for specific functions, and they just need to create user accounts. And then in the middle, you have developers, businesses focusing on app development without worrying about infrastructure. Responsibility for infrastructure is mostly on the customer. So the operating system, applications, data, and security, all of those things you have to be responsible for. In the platform, the customer is worried about applications, data, and security. And in software, the customer is just worried about the users and the data and the preferences and the configurations for those users. And that's basically it. Example use cases for infrastructure would be hosting virtual machines, databases. For platform, you're doing web or mobile application development. And for software, you're using email, you're using Google or Microsoft 365, so on and so forth. So again, you're literally the least level of responsibility, the least level of control is done with software, and the most level of responsibility, most level of control is done with infrastructure, and then platform is kind of the in between. Now that we understand the differences between the various cloud service models and the cloud service providers, what we need to understand is the security that goes into cloud services, right? And there's something called the shared responsibility model, which means what? There's a portion of responsibility that is up to AWS, make sure that your warehouses that are storing all of these servers are secure, and you have security and nobody can get in the building and they're not outdated and all that stuff. And then I'm going to worry about my users not distributing their passwords or using weak passwords, or leaving their computer unlocked as they walk away from their station, so on and so forth. That's essentially what shared responsibility means, right? And ultimately, at the end of the day, the responsibility of your users not leaving their passwords in the open, or not leaving their stations unlocked, or not using weak passwords, that responsibility will never be on the cloud service provider. You, as the business, as the customer, have to worry about your users all the time. And then as the control is bigger, so when you go to infrastructure as a service and now you're worried about control of the operating system and the middleware and all of that stuff, then you have to worry about, okay, well, I need to make sure that I set this up in the most secure way possible, so on and so forth. So I'm kind of getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but it's shared responsibility, right? So the concept behind cloud services is that shared responsibility is the fundamental concept in security. It outlines the division of responsibilities between the CSP and the customer. And this helps to clarify who is responsible for securing different layers of the infrastructure, the data, and the applications in the cloud environment. The cloud provider's responsibility changes based on the type of service that you're getting from them. So generally, they're responsible for securing the infrastructure that supports the cloud services. It doesn't matter what you get from them or what you rent from them. They are absolutely responsible for making sure that the server room is locked up and there's security in the front door and nobody can get in. They're also responsible to make sure that the server room doesn't overheat so the wires don't melt and the servers actually crash. And they're also responsible for making sure that the warehouse isn't sitting on an earthquake fault line, so that if there is an earthquake, then the entire warehouse gets split in half and then all the servers go down. They're responsible for putting their warehouses in a location that is not susceptible to a bunch of hurricanes. Like, they're responsible for anything that has to do with the physical infrastructure. That is always going to be their responsibility, because at the very least, even if you do infrastructure as a service and you want control of everything else, they still need to protect all of that physical hardware so that you can do whatever you need to do. So This includes the data centers, the physical data centers, the hardware itself, and the hypervisor that allows you to create virtual machines from physical machines. They are very much responsible for this at every level. That is their biggest responsibility. Now, when it comes down to the next level, so we're talking about platform as a service as well as infrastructure as a service, the provider's responsibility extends to ensuring that the platforms, the servers, and the storage and networks are secure. That becomes an extra level of responsibility for them. If you are just renting infrastructure, then you are worried about the platform, meaning the operating system, being secure. They're still worried about the physical server, they're still worried about the physical storage, but when it comes down to platform, you now are responsible for, or excuse me, when it's in infrastructure, you're responsible for the platform. When you're renting platform, then they are responsible for the platform. They're responsible for the operating system being secure and nobody being able to hack into the OS and maintaining the updated versions of the OS, so on and so forth. And then it comes to software as a service, the provider is responsible for managing and securing the application itself, the underlying infrastructure, and the network. So they're responsible for basically everything, and you are most responsible for training your employees, training your users so that they don't leave their usernames out in the open or their passwords out in the open. They don't access it on a public Wi-Fi if there's sensitive information. The basic, best practices for users. That's what you're responsible for, and they're responsible for essentially everything else. When it comes down to the customer's responsibilities, the one thing that you're always going to be responsible for, no matter what type of service you get, is the securing of anything that deploys in the cloud. So for example, this would be the storage applications, whatever, but it's also the data, the identity management, access control, and application security. These things are always going to be on you. So for example, you have to ensure that the applications that you're deploying are secure, that the user access is properly managed, and that they comply with any industry-specific regulatory requirements for the data that you are storing and processing. Data encryption is something that you would be responsible for at rest and in transit, unless the CSP provides encryption options, which most CSPs do provide. And then identity and access management is something else, again, that you're responsible for. So you have to configure the identity, so basically the authorization and the authentication portion of it, to make sure that your users are only authorized to do things that they should be doing for their job. And then they have proper authentication in place so that they have strong passwords, they have multi-factor authentication, and they get a secret code that's texted to them, so on and so forth. So depending on what level of service you're getting. So if you're getting just infrastructure and you want to configure your own platform, meaning your own operating system, and you want to configure your applications, at that level, you have the most control, meaning you have the most responsibility. But if you're just renting software, then you're essentially only worried about the data as well as the identity and access management so that your employees don't use weak passwords and da 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 da. So depending on what you're renting from the cloud service provider, your responsibility will change. So very similar to what happened from the cloud service provider side, the responsibility for them would change based on what you're renting from them. Same thing over here. Your responsibility increases if you're renting the most basic, which is infrastructure. And then if you're just renting the software itself, then you have the least amount of responsibility. But at every level of this, your responsibility will come down to your users and training your users. For them, at every level, their responsibility is the infrastructure and protecting the physical hardware and the infrastructure itself. So if we were to try to summarize everything that I just word vomited on you, in infrastructure as a service, the CSP secures the hardware, the networking virtualization. The customer has to secure the operating system, the applications, and the data. In platform as a service, the CSP handles the infrastructure and platform security, meaning the operating system. The customer is responsible for securing the data and the application logic. In software, the CSP handles full security of the application, as well as all of this stuff right here, and the customer must secure their user data, identity, and access controls. So That's most basic way that we can talk about these three types of services and the responsibilities, the security responsibilities between the CSP and the customer. If we were to think about the various levels of cloud security, and in a lot of cases, these things are available at every single major cloud service provider, but it has to do, again, it goes back to that shared responsibility model, right? So data loss prevention is something that is on both ends. So you have to worry about your data, and they have to worry about the securing of the physical devices that are storing your data. So data loss can happen if a server is destroyed from an earthquake, or it can happen if you have weak user configuration and weak passwords, and then somebody comes and robs your data, right? Or deletes all of your data. So that is on both ends. Identity and access management is mostly on you, meaning you have to make sure your users and the access that they have to the various resources are taken care of, and they only have the authorization to do what you want them to do, and everything that they use to authenticate themselves is the most secure possible. Cloud native security framework is something that is done within the cloud itself. If you're just renting infrastructure, then you have to worry about the security of the operating system, as well as the applications and the configurations and the data and the code that goes into that. The cloud service provider is mostly worried about the physical devices in this specific topic. Security information and event management has to do with you, most strictly with you. A SIM like Splunk or Wazoo or Kibana or something like that, these things are things that you are worrying about, and you will install as a software, as an application, to be able to detect the activity that's going on within your virtual machines and your cloud environment. For the most part, you're worried about that. Some cloud service providers will actually have incident response teams that will look at the SIM and provide that to you as a service. But for the most part, you would not be renting that from the CSP. You would be renting that from some kind of a SOC center, a security operations center, that provides that as a service. And then they have an incident response team that is looking at your servers and your data and all of that stuff to see if there's anything going on. And then if something is happening, they handle it for you, and then they send you a report. But for the most part, you have to worry about security information and event management, which is like Splunk or something like that. And then you have Unified Secure Access Service Edge, which is actually a new concept for me. And to be able to give you a good breakdown of this, I would have to actually give you I'm gonna read through the description of it, because it's not something that I've memorized or fully internalized. But we can guess from the name that we have a secure access service that we need to worry about, that is unified, meaning it's all inclusive, right? So let's actually go ahead and look at that, so I can give you a really detailed description instead of trying to kind of mumble my way through it. So I was close. So Unified Secure Access Service Edge, or SACE, is a cloud-based framework that combines networking and security into a single platform. So it's unified, right? It is all in one location. What just happened here? It can help organizations of all sizes improve performance and security while simplifying IT infrastructure and management. These are some examples of the various solutions that are available for you, but essentially it improves security, so it can help protect networks, applications, and data, and a variety of other things in one central location. It simplifies the IT infrastructure management. A single platform can simplify IT infrastructure management. This is like redundant as hell. And then we have improved performance, so it can help. This is also redundant, and can offer flexible delivery options. That's also redundant. But so the concept is that because it's all being stored in one central location, because you are managing your security as well as your networking in one location, then it allows you convenience. It allows you improved security, because everything is actually under one umbrella, and it's also simplified. So again, that's kind of the purpose behind the unified term that we see right here. And then secure access service edge is kind of a fancy way of saying that security and networking are all going under a single platform. Now we need to talk about a very important concept, which is virtualization and containers. And so the basics of these two things. So virtualization and containers are technologies that are used to abstract and isolate workloads in cloud environments. This is like a very fancy way of saying that you would virtualize a virtual machine. So that's where the platform as a service kind of comes in, and even infrastructure as a service. So when you do infrastructure as a service, you have to virtualize a machine, meaning install Microsoft Windows on something, and you would use the hypervisor to do it. We'll go into the details of that. Then containers are essentially, they're containers of applications that you would use. So they're the least or a lesser controlled version of virtualization, where you just are using the applications or a series of applications instead of having to virtualize an operating system. So it's the level up from the operating system, and you're just worrying about the applications themselves. They allow for more efficient use of hardware, scalability, and portability of applications across different environments. Okay, so virtualization allows multiple virtual machines to run on a single physical host by using a hypervisor. So we talked about the infrastructure as a service, and the responsibility of the cloud service provider is to give you a hypervisor. Each virtual machine operates as an independent computer with its own operating system, its own applications and resources, data management, all of that stuff. The hypervisor manages the virtual machines and ensures that they are isolated from one another, which is critical for security in cloud environments. There are two types of hypervisors. The type 1 is the bare metal, which runs directly on the physical hardware and is used by a cloud provider. So for example, VMware or Hyper-V. So when you get infrastructure as a service, you're getting a type 1 hypervisor that runs directly on top of the physical hardware that is inside of their warehouses, right? And then what you're doing is you're installing the operating system on top of the physical hardware, okay? Type 2 is called hosted, and it runs on top of the actual operating system. So imagine the computer that you're watching this on, or the computer that I'm recording this on. It's the operating system, and then I install VirtualBox on it, and then I use VirtualBox to launch a bunch of operating systems that would be on top of my current Mac operating system, right? So instead of it being on the actual hardware, on the CPU and the motherboard and so on and so forth, instead of it being on top of the actual metal, the physical hardware, it's on top of my current host. It's on top of my current operating system. And then what happens is that in this environment, as a type 1 hypervisor, you're using the physical power, the power of the physical hardware. On this one, you're using the power of the current operating system. So if I have 16 gigabytes of RAM on this computer, then every single virtual machine that is installed on my computer is now sharing that 16 gigabytes of RAM on my physical computer. Does that make sense? And then when somebody tries to log in from a remote location, they're not using their operating system's power. They're using my operating system's power to launch this virtual machine. Containers, on the other hand, are basically the abstraction at the application layer. So allowing applications to run in isolated environments called containers. Unlike virtual machines, containers share the same OS kernel, but the packaged applications. So there's a package of applications basically that you're getting when you use a container, and that has everything they would need. So for example, libraries, dependencies, and configurations. So it's essentially the virtualization of the application package instead of getting an actual operating system. And what you're using is everybody's using the same OS kernel, the same OS power, and then the packages are being installed on top of that, and then they're logging into the application from wherever location they're in. Docker is the probably one, I wouldn't say it's the only one, but it's the most popular containerization platform. It uses container images, which is basically copies or installation files of those containers, of those applications. And it contains all the necessary components to run the application. These images can be deployed and executed on any system that supports the Docker software. So Docker is used to install those packages, these packaged applications, and then with these packages inside of these containers, there is the application itself, any type of necessary dependency or components that application needs to run, and you're just running it, you're installing it on top of the operating system, and then whoever has the user credentials to be able to get into it, they would log into that application, and then they would use it as they need to, so on and so forth. So you don't, it's less management than having to virtualize an actual operating system from scratch and worrying about each one of those computers or each one of those virtual machines and then worrying about the applications. So this is just worrying about the applications. The benefits of this is that it's portable, so containers can run on any machine or cloud provider, providing a consistent environment across every single system. So for example, Microsoft Office will run on Linux as well as Windows as well as Mac OS, as long as you have it inside of the container and it's installed and you have the license for it. So you can run Microsoft Office basically on anything, as long as and then it'll run the same way, right? So Microsoft Office will be consistent on Linux, Mac OS, or Microsoft Windows, because it's just a container that contains all of that software. Efficiency. So they're lightweight compared to virtual machines since they share the host OS kernel. So they're very lightweight, right? They're easy to use. They are not resource intensive. They don't need that much resources. Virtual machine, if you're running 100 virtual machines on one hypervisor, that 100 virtual machines most likely is going to need a massive amount of CPU as well as RAM, so that every single one of them can at least have 2 gigabytes of RAM. So if you have 2 gigabytes of RAM across 100 machines, then that means you need access to 200 gigabytes of RAM at any given time in case they're all running at the same time. So it's not lightweight when you do a virtual machine. When you do a container, super lightweight, because you don't need that much processing power to run an application. And then it's very scalable, so they're easily scalable, and especially in a cloud environment or a cloud native application. Cloud native applications, literally you say, I need 100 different users to be able to use this one application, this one software, and then you just create 100 different user accounts. And a lot of times it's like dragging and dropping an Excel sheet that has their usernames and their passwords in it, and then you just upload it, and now you have 100 user accounts created with a couple of clicks. So like super easy to do. Whereas if you're creating 100 virtual machines, you could still do it. You can create 100 versions of the Linux operating system and then still give them their usernames and passwords and everything in the same manner. But then now you have to also worry about the installation of this software on every single one of those operating systems, and then you have to worry about the power of those operating systems. And it obviously, containers would end up being cheaper cost-wise than virtual machines would, because they don't require as much computing power as a virtual machine does. So you can do both of these. You can do virtualization of virtual machines or hypervisors and all of that through a cloud service provider, and you can also use containers through a cloud service provider. It's just that containers end up being less resource intensive. They're more lightweight, which means they're going to end up being cheaper for you, and the virtual machines end up using more resources or needing more resources, which will end up being more expensive for you. And then if you can kind of imagine already, the virtualization side is more to the infrastructure as a service and platform as a service, and containers are more towards software as a service, right? So it kind of makes sense. So containers are applications and software, and so they would be on the software as a service. And then when you have virtualization, you're now talking about platform as a service and infrastructure as a service. Kubernetes is an open source platform that's used to orchestrate and manage containers in a large environment, so with a lot of users, essentially. Kubernetes automates the deployment, scaling, and management of containerized applications. So I need 500 different initializations of this specific application or this specific software, and I need to do it with just saying 500. Like it gives you basically how many versions of this do you want, 500, press enter, and then it deploys 500 different versions of it. So it's very, very easy, or it makes it very easy to launch a bunch of applications at scale. So instead of you having to do one at a time, you basically say, I need 500 copies of this to be launched, and then it'll do it for you. And this is where the creating all the different user accounts and so on and so forth, all of that comes in. So you give it all of the user email addresses that are inside of your company. And for each one of those guys, the first time that they log in, they go and they create their own passwords, and boom, now everything is set up. And you just have to do a couple of clicks here and there. So Kubernetes is a very, very useful tool. It's open source, meaning it's free. And for the most part, every major cloud service provider has access to Kubernetes as well. Security considerations with containers. Since they share the same OS kernel, securing the host OS is very, very important. Misconfigurations or vulnerabilities in the OS, in the host OS, can potentially allow for container escape, meaning an attacker gains access to the host system. And if they get access to the host system, they get access to every single instance of those containers. So the most important link in the container chain is the host operating system. And for the most part, if you're getting a cloud service provider, that is their responsibility, right? If you're getting a cloud service provider and you're using containers only, or you're using applications or software as a service, then the host operating system's security is all on the cloud service provider. It's part of their responsibility. Access control and proper container image scanning are essential to prevent malicious code from entering production environments. This would be on you, right? So for the scanning of the container images would also be on them, because basically you're just getting the container image directly from them. If you're doing it on your own host OS, then it's on you. But if you're renting it from a CSP, then they are responsible for making sure that the image of that container is being regularly scanned and there is no malicious code that's embedded in it, so on and so forth. Access control, however, is on you. So access control is part of your responsibility. The scanning of the container images and the source code is their responsibility, which brings us to the conversation of basically you need to make sure that whatever cloud service provider you're using really has good processes in place to secure all of their services. So when you go to a company as big as Amazon or Google, that's kind of what you're paying for, is this massive company putting a lot of money and resources into securing their source code and their infrastructure and so on and so forth. So you may find a company that offers cheaper prices for renting virtual machines or renting software as a service. You may find something like that, but you essentially get what you paid for, right? So if it's cheap, you got to wonder why it's cheap. And if it's expensive, you also got to wonder why it's expensive. Expensive doesn't necessarily mean the best, right? It just means that it's expensive. But you can bet that if it is more expensive and it has a brand name and they've been around for many years, then these guys have probably had a lot of attacks against them. So their security is up. They run a lot of scans against their source code to make sure that there's no malicious code entering their environment, so on and so forth. This would be our side-by-side comparison between the virtual machine architecture and the container architecture. And this could also be considered the hypervisors versus each other as well, because they look very similar to each other. So in this particular case, what we're looking at is the virtual machine versus the container. The infrastructure would be the physical hardware. The operating system is the operating system. Then you have the hypervisor that's resting on top of the operating system. So based on the examples that we gave before, this is a type 2 hypervisor because it's sitting on top of the operating system. If there was no operating system and the hypervisor was directly on top of the infrastructure, that would be the bare metal or the type 1 hypervisor. And then from there, you're launching each one of these virtual machines, which has its own operating system and its own application library and its own binaries, so on and so forth, right? This is what the hypervisor looks like. The container architecture is similar. So you have the physical infrastructure, you have the operating system, but now you have the container engine. And then from the container engine, you're just launching these various applications and the binaries that are required for those applications to run. There is no operating system that's being installed on top of this, which is why it is less resource intensive. It's lightweight, right? Because for each one of these, there is no actual operating system that's running. They're just using the applications. Now, if we were to just kind of remove this operating system, this gray box right here, and if we were just to look at the types of hypervisors that exist, then this one, as you can see right here, this would be including this gray box right here. So maybe that's a little bit confusing, so I apologize for that. So if we were to just look at this right here, this is a type 2 hypervisor because it is sitting on top of the operating system. The hypervisor is on top of the operating system. This is a type 2 hypervisor. If we remove the operating system and the hypervisor is sitting directly on top of the infrastructure, that would be a type 1 hypervisor, which is sitting directly on top of the physical hardware, which is usually what you would get when you're getting infrastructure as a service. You're just getting the infrastructure, the actual hardware, and then there's a hypervisor that sits on top of it, and now you're worried about deploying the operating systems and the applications and so on and so forth. So this is just a nice side-by-side comparison that kind of gives us everything in one. We can compare hypervisors. We can also compare the hypervisor or the virtual machine architecture versus the container architecture. So hopefully that made sense. If it doesn't make sense, I apologize. Please drop a comment and I'll try to explain it better in the comment. But I think it does make sense if you go back and listen to it, even though I am word vomiting. you can for the most part, I think you can wrap your head around it. In summary, if we wanted to look at cloud security as a whole, we have number one, the shared responsibility model, which defines which party is responsible for securing the different layers of the cloud infrastructure and the services, with the cloud provider handling infrastructure and the customer responsible for applications, data, and configurations. Then we have virtualization, which allows the creation of isolated virtual machines that run on a shared physical infrastructure or a shared host. But for the most part, when we're looking at cloud security, you are virtualizing on top of the physical infrastructure with the hypervisor. And then you have the container, like those managed by the Docker or by Kubernetes, which provide a lightweight, not intensive with the resources, right? Super easy to deploy, doesn't require a lot of computing power. And this is a lightweight way to package and run applications in isolated environments, promoting portability and scalability. And of course, no section would be complete if we did not have a story. So this story has to do with the Amazon Web Services S3 bucket simple storage system, or simple storage services, I think, and the Booz Allen Hamilton company. And so in 2017, there was an incident that involved Booz Allen Hamilton, which highlights the significance of security risks that are associated with misconfigured cloud storage services, specifically the Amazon S3 buckets. So the exposure or the situation was that Booz Allen Hamilton, which is a prominent defense contractor, so their job is defense and security, they accidentally left a large amount of sensitive data, including passwords and credentials and internal documents related to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is, it just sounds really important just by the name. And they left it publicly accessible on the S3 bucket on Amazon. This remained exposed for an extended period before being discovered. And there were a few things. There was the data breach, so the exposed data could have been accessed by exploited malicious actors, potentially compromising sensitive government systems and operations. The incident severely damaged Booz Allen Hamilton's reputation and raised concern about the security of their handling of sensitive government data. And this is a very, very important concept to understand. From the story itself, it doesn't seem like there were damages, but for Booz Allen Hamilton, because they also need to have a lot of transparency and they need to essentially let everybody know of any mistakes that they made, especially because they are a government defense contractor. Booz Allen Hamilton misconfigured the S3 bucket. So this wasn't a security issue with Amazon. This was part of Booz Allen Hamilton's responsibility. In the shared responsibility model, they messed up, right? And so they misconfigured the storage buckets, and it was public available or publicly accessible, and that could have turned out to be really, really bad because passwords, credentials, and internal documents related to this massive agency were publicly accessible. So it's a really, really big mistake that obviously destroyed their, or well, not destroyed, because they're still doing really well and they're still around for, and they're doing a lot of great things. So, but it really did damage their reputation for a good amount of time. The key takeaways that we have here is that the proper configuration of cloud security is very, very important, meaning you just like as simple as making sure that your S3 buckets, your storage buckets that you're getting from this cloud service provider is not public facing, and people from the public can't easily access it. That's like, it's not that big of a configuration thing. It's probably a couple of check boxes that they didn't check off. And now the S3 buckets are publicly accessible. So it underscores the critical importance of properly configuring cloud storage services. Then the least privilege principle is very, very important here. It's part of the zero trust model. So the principle of least privilege should be strictly enforced, granting users and applications only the necessary access to data and resources, meaning public should not be able to get access to it, number one. And then users and applications, services, for example, also should have the least amount of privilege so that some random user doesn't take the publicity or publicity, not publicity, but the publicness. I don't know if that's the word, but maybe it was just like some random user or some user that didn't know what they were doing, that misconfigured the S3 bucket and then left that data at risk, right? So it's making sure that specific users that really know what they're doing are the only ones that can actually configure those types of permissions on the data, and random users or people who haven't been around or don't know what they're doing don't even have the privilege to change the permissions on data buckets. And then of course we have regular security audits. So you have to conduct regular security audits of their cloud environment or of your cloud environment to identify and address any misconfiguration or vulnerabilities, because you never know when some of the most important data is accessible by the public. Now, as far as videos for independent studies are concerned, we have the Intro to Cloud Security video that is available on the channel. And if you just search for that phrase, you'll get access to it. And it's a good video that will reinforce a lot of the concepts that we talked about in this section right here. And repetition is the mother of all learning. So if you go through a certain type of data or certain set of information multiple times, there is a very, very good chance that you will retain that information for the long term. So I would recommend you go check that out. There is going to be other things that we talk about in the Intro to Cloud Security video that were not talked about in this particular section, because we specifically talk about it from the perspective of cybersecurity and ethical hacking, so that and pen testing and malicious hacking, I guess, so that it is useful for you to go check it out. Again, I'm just kind of giving you extra homework. These are for the people who are the overachievers who really, really want to get good at this stuff. So I would recommend you go check that out. Now, without further ado, let's do some practice questions for this section. All right, so here we go. Cloud security. What is the primary benefit of the shared responsibility model in cloud security? It increases the level of automation within cloud services. Doesn't really sound right. It defines the security responsibilities shared between the cloud provider and the customer. That's probably the best one. It ensures that the customers have full control over security policies in the cloud. Not really. It allows customers to monitor all aspects of the cloud provider's infrastructure. That is also not true. I would say B is the best answer here. Perfect. All right. Which of the following is a key difference between infrastructure as a service and platform as a service? So infrastructure as a service provides a platform for building applications, while platform as a service only offers virtual machines. That's not true. I don't think that's true. Platform as a service abstracts infrastructure management, while infrastructure as a service requires customers to manage the virtual machines. That is also not true. I wouldn't say that that's true, actually. Infrastructure as a service is only used for cloud storage, while platform as a service includes both storage and application deployment. That could be true. I feel like that's probably the closest one. Platform as a service allows the customer to manage networking, while infrastructure does not. That is not true. So this one is definitely not true. This one seems to be the closest to truth. Abstracts infrastructure management, while infrastructure requires the customers to manage the virtual machines. This seems to be the opposite. So IaaS would be the infrastructure management, while PaaS will be the managing of the virtual machines. So it's between, where is it? It's between C and A for me. So IaaS provides a platform for building applications, while PaaS only offers virtual machines. I feel like this is also backwards. So I would say it's C. Oh my God, it's B. B was the one that I was talking about. It is B. So IaaS is not for cloud storage. My bad. Dyslexia kicked in. This is the PaaS abstracts infrastructure management, while IaaS requires customers to manage virtual machines. Oh no, that is the wrong answer that I chose, because I chose C. Yeah. So I chose the wrong answer. So let's actually verify that this is the right answer. Maybe I accidentally highlighted the wrong answer here. So let's verify this one real quick. Okay, so we used our friend, the Gemini AI, to try to get this answer. And it also gave us the same answer. And this was actually the answer that was on my list of questions here. So the way that this is broken down, the logic behind it is, number one, infrastructure as a service provides fundamental computing resources like the server, storage, networking. Customers have significant control over this, including operating systems, virtualization, and networking. It requires more technical expertise. Platform as a service provides a ready-to-use platform for developing, deploying, and managing applications. It abstracts away many of the underlying infrastructure concerns, such as operating system, servers, storage, and networking. So this concept of abstracting something is what I guess I didn't really wrap my head around. So it abstracts away many of the underlying infrastructure concerns like operating system, server, storage, and networking. Customers focus on developing and deploying applications. So the looking at why the other options are incorrect. So IaaS provides a platform for building applications. This one was an obvious wrong answer, right? The one that I was having a trouble with was this, that IaaS is only used for cloud storage, while PaaS includes both storage and application deployment. And that's incorrect, because IaaS provides a broader range of resources, including compute, storage, and networking. PaaS focuses on providing a platform for application deployment, application development and deployment. And then the last one was also incorrect. So I think it was because I did not understand the word abstracts, really. I didn't wrap my head around what that actually means. Therefore, I chose the wrong answer. But hopefully now this makes a little bit more sense why this answer was chosen. So platform abstracts infrastructure management, meaning you don't have to worry about managing the infrastructure. It takes that responsibility away from you. Infrastructure requires you to manage the virtual machines, meaning you actually have to worry about the installation of virtual machines on the hypervisor, and it's not being abstracted for you, right? Hopefully that makes sense. I'm kind of trying to wrap my own head around it. But I believe I understand what that means now. Platform as a service abstracts or removes the management of infrastructure, whereas infrastructure as a service requires you to manage the virtual machines which sit on top of that hypervisor that they provide to you. So that would mean that you're actually managing the infrastructure. That's essentially what that means. Which of the following cloud service models provides the most control to the customer over the infrastructure? So software, least control; platform, middle control; infrastructure, most control; FaaS, I don't even know what that means. So infrastructure as a service gives you the most control. What is one of the primary security considerations when using containers like Docker or Kubernetes in cloud environments? So again, think about what these things do, right? It's the applications on top of a host, a shared host kernel. So that's the biggest concern. So containers automatically encrypt data at rest. Not necessarily. Containers isolate applications, making security concerns irrelevant. Also not true. Containers require constant patching and monitoring to prevent vulnerabilities. Containers rely on the host operating system to provide built-in security features. So it's the host operating system. So this will be my answer. And it says C. So containers require constant patching and monitoring to prevent vulnerabilities. So is that the main concern here? So let's go see if this is the actual right answer again. Okay, so the answer was C, requiring constant patching and monitoring. And then our description here from our friend says, so this is the main concern that I have, right? So containers rely on the host operating system. It says, while the host operating system plays a role in container security, containers also have their own security mechanisms and require specific security considerations. So it does rely on the host operating system to provide the built-in security, but it also needs to be constantly patched and monitored. And that is, again, a wrong answer. So far I have multiple wrong answers in this section, which is not giving you a lot of confidence in me, I am sure. So I am not perfect. I did not score a perfect score on this freaking exam, and for the most part, I don't think a perfect score even exists. If you do get a perfect score on these examinations, it raises more of a suspicion than not getting the perfect score. So it's possible that we will get wrong answers, and I am human, and I have not memorized all of this stuff. So, sue me. Don't sue me. But, just, bear with me. Don't judge me. All right, which of the following is an example of a platform that offers platform as a service, PaaS? Oh, this is interesting. So Dropbox is software. Google Cloud Storage, I would say, is also, it seems like more software than anything else. Amazon Web Services EC2, I remember, was infrastructure. So Microsoft Azure App Services, platform as a service, I think it's app services. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So EC2 was infrastructure as a service. Google Cloud Storage would be software. Dropbox would be software. So Microsoft Azure App Services. So remember that you don't have to worry about the infrastructure anymore, and you don't have to worry about the virtualization of the machine. You are now worrying about the development of apps, configuration of apps, and that whole thing, because you now are just getting the platform itself, which would be the operating system. So, okay, all right, that makes sense. What is the key feature of a virtual private cloud in cloud architecture? We did not cover this, so let's see if we can kind of piece this together here. So the key feature of a virtual private cloud, so it's a virtual cloud, so that part is kind of the same, saying the same thing, but it's private, meaning it's password protected, authorization authentication, or identity access management, and it is inside of the cloud architecture. So it allows users to access the internet without firewalls. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. It enables the customer to create isolated network environments within a public cloud. So if we think about the virtual LAN concept, right? So the virtual local area network, this sounds a little bit similar to this, right? So it's an isolated network environment within a public cloud. That sounds like this is what this would be right here. It provides unlimited storage for the application data. That's not true. It is a security service that automatically protects against all attacks. So these two are definitely not true. This is one thing that I would say. is I can't imagine that it automatically protects against all attacks. That just seems to be a silly statement to make. So C and D are definitely not true. And it also doesn't allow the users to access internet without firewalls. That has nothing to do with this. So B would be it's the only answer. So to create an isolated network environment within a public cloud, it's a virtual private cloud, an isolated environment inside of the public cloud, very similar to the virtual LAN that we did, where it was creating segments inside of the network, and they're separate from each other. So they're isolated segments separate from each other. Which of the following protocols is considered secure for transferring files over the internet in cloud services? So let's talk about just security of protocols themselves. So Telnet, insecure. File transfer protocol, insecure. HTTP, insecure. So SFTP or FTPS would be the secure version of this. HTTPS would be the secure version of this, and Telnet just by itself would be secure shell, which would be a secure version of Telnet. So the only protocol that is actually secure is the SFTP, which is the version of FTP that uses secure shell as its encrypted funnel. And there we go, encrypted tunnel, excuse me. And there we have it. In a cloud environment, who is typically responsible for patching the virtual machines in an IaaS deployment? So you're just getting the infrastructure, which is the physical devices or the physical hardware, and the virtual machines themselves you are launching on top of the hypervisor. So you are fully responsible for virtual machines in the infrastructure environment. So the cloud provider is only responsible for the hardware. The customer would be responsible for the virtual machine. Both the customer and the cloud provider, depending on the configuration. That sounds like one of those answers that's designed to trick you, and the application owner has nothing to do with the applications. I'm gonna say it's the customer, and that is the right answer. Very good. Okay, I'm making up for my wrong answers here. Which of the following is an example of a cloud service model that handles everything, including software, for the user? So cloud service model that handles everything, including software, for the user. So we have infrastructure as a service that handles pretty much nothing other than the hardware. Platform as a service handles the middleware, but it does not handle everything. FaaS, again, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. It would be software as a service. It handles everything for the user. Boom. There we go. What is the purpose of a cloud firewall in securing cloud infrastructure? To encrypt data stored in the cloud. That's not what a firewall does. It's for filtering. So it has nothing to do with encryption here. To monitor the performance of cloud services. Not really, has nothing to do with the performance of these services either. To manage user access and secure network traffic entering or leaving the cloud environment. That sounds like a firewall. To increase the storage capacity has nothing to do with that. So this is completely wrong. It doesn't encrypt anything, and it doesn't monitor anything. It technically does monitor something, but it also manages who can enter or leave the environment. So it is technically monitoring, but it's not monitoring performance. So that's very important. So it's just managing the user access, secure network traffic, and that is it. All right, scenario. An organization uses a cloud provider for hosting its applications. The provider secures the underlying infrastructure, but the organization is responsible for configuring the firewall rules. So the provider secures the infrastructure, but the organization is responsible for the firewall rules. So what does this describe? Full responsibility model? No. Shared responsibility model? I mean, that's pretty much it. Provider only responsibility model has nothing to do with client only responsibility, has nothing. So these two are obviously wrong, and this is also obviously wrong. Shared responsibility is the only thing that we've even talked about. So that would be the answer. Very good. A deployment team creates lightweight, portable environments. Actually, you know what? Let's even go back here. What would be the thing right here? So would this be infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service, right? The provider secures the infrastructure, and then the organization is responsible for the firewall rules. That is obviously shared responsibility, but it sounds like the cloud service provider is the only one worried about, the only thing that they're worried about is the infrastructure, which means I would say that this is infrastructure as a service. All right, moving on. A development team creates lightweight, portable environments for deploying applications, ensuring consistency across different systems. So a lot of keywords here. It's lightweight, it's portable, deploys applications, and ensures consistency across different systems. This is all giving me container vibes here. So what technology are they using? Virtual machines? No. Docker containers? Yes. VLANs has nothing to do with this. Load balancers has nothing to do with this. So load balancers distributes traffic across various servers. Virtual LANs segment the local area networks inside of a physical LAN. And then we have the Docker container, which is exactly what they're talking about. Virtual machines is a much more managed environment. It's not lightweight. It requires higher resources. So Docker container, boom. An organization uses Kubernetes to manage its containerized applications, automatically scaling the number of containers based on demand. So they're using Kubernetes to manage their applications, automatically scaling the number of containers based on the demand. What advantage does Kubernetes provide in this scenario? Is it encrypting data? That is not the case. Automatic container orchestration? That sounds like exactly the answer. Increased hardware redundancy? That would not be the case either. And then segregated network access? That would be our virtual private cloud, for example, or a virtual LAN. That would be something that would be a segregated network access or an isolated network portions network segment. We also have the increased hardware redundancy, which doesn't all does not sound like anything that Kubernetes would do because it's managing containerized applications. So the only thing that's even mentioning containers would be B right here, which is automated container orchestration. And let's see, that is indeed the answer. So very good. So that is that. And we are officially done with 3C. So that was it that we had for cloud security. And just we covered a lot of concepts in that because we were talking about just the cloud in general and the various types of services. And then we dove into cloud security. And one of the big things that we were talking about in cloud security was this whole concept of identity and access management, which is a really, really big element in just enterprise environments in general, but then also when you talk about it in the context of cloud computing as well. So identity and access management is the next section that we're about to dive into. This Security Plus training series is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And to get access to the training documents for Security Plus, as well as all of the practice questions inside of that slideshow, as well as the mock examination links that are available in the documents, you would join Hackaholics Anonymous as either a cyber agent, cyber guardian, or a cyber master. And if you join as any one of those tiers, you get exclusive downloads, which includes all of these Security Plus training documents and mock exams, so on and so forth. But you would also get Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity, pen testing. You would get access to live streams that go on monthly with me, Discord servers for advanced members, exclusive downloads, exclusive content, and of course a myriad of other things as well. And it would be my pleasure to actually see you inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. And to be able to join, you would need to simply just click the link in the description below. You can also come to our homepage on the channel and just click on this simple little join button that we have over here, or you can go to youtube.com/hankhackshackers/join. And that would give you access to that little pop-up that you just saw, which shows you all of the different tiers of Hackaholics Anonymous. Identity and access management is one of the key components in cybersecurity, and it makes sure that the right individuals have the access that they need to assets or resources in your system. And this is another way of saying authentication and authorization. So you're authenticating their identity and making sure that they are authorized to access certain assets or resources, so on and so forth. The concept of identity access management involves policies, processes, and tools that are used to manage the user's identities, control access to various assets and resources, and make sure that you are compliant. So ensuring that you are, or ensuring compliance with security standards and regulations, so on and so forth. IAM is the short version of this. So IAM helps to protect sensitive information. It helps to maintain regulatory compliance, safeguard organizational assets from unauthorized access or breaches. And the key concepts include authentication, as we mentioned, authorization, and auditing. So authentication meaning proving the identity of a user, and an authorization meaning the level of access that is available to that authenticated user. And then auditing would be the tracking of the access and the usage to detected or to detect unauthorized behavior. So when you see, this is separate from what we see in the auditing and compliance environment where you're auditing your systems to see if they're compliant, although that could be a part of it. There's something called a failed audit or a successful audit when you're talking about accessing systems or accessing resources on a system. And if there's a failed audit attempt, that's essentially meaning that somebody was trying to access something or use something and they didn't do it successfully. So they failed to log in. So that essentially another way of saying that somebody failed to log in or failed to access something is when you see a failed audit attempt. And this goes into, event manager in Windows and looking at logs and analyzing behavior in logs, so on and so forth. But essentially, that's one of the other key elements of identity and access management. If we were to try to put this all in one image, these would be the four categories of identity and access management. And you have the frameworks as well as reporting and analytics. And so you have authorization, or we can actually start with authentication. Then we have authorization, and then we have user management and directory services. And authentication, as we've covered already, could be something like single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, or MFA. And then session and token management. Authorization would be the roles that somebody's assigned, the rules for access, as well as attribute groups and privileged access, meaning the domain administrator or any kind of an admin or a root admin, so on and so forth. These would be the various levels of privileged access. And then we have the user management services, so provisioning a new user, deprovisioning. Provisioning a new user basically means adding a new user. Deprovisioning means deleting a user. The self-service portion of things, and whether or not somebody can, for example, change their own password or service their own user account. And then delegation, giving somebody access to certain elements of the user management services. So for example, if we look at the bank example, the branch manager in a given location would be delegated the ability to reset the password of one of the tellers. So in case the teller just came back from vacation and they forgot their password or their password expired, the instead of having to reach out to the actual IT department and then having the IT department reset their password, they can just ask the branch manager and the branch manager can do it. So the IT department or the domain administrators have delegated the ability to reset a password to the branch manager. That's basically what that means. And then we have directory services like the identity store or the storage, the place where identities are stored. Directory federation. And federation, I think we actually already did talk about this. So federation would be another one of these authorization mechanisms where it applies to a large entity that has multiple locations, or they have partnerships. So where you have a partnership between two different companies and one company gets the ability to access, company B gets the ability to access company A's website using their own login credentials. So using company B's login credentials, they're able to access company A's assets or resources. And then the synchronization of metadata, which essentially is just organization of these various rules and roles and users and authentication, so on and so forth. Metadata is more for organization and categorization. And then we have the virtual directory, which is another one of these concepts that we've already touched on, the concept of a virtual private network or a virtual local area network. And virtual directories are another way to segment the users as well as resources that belong to a certain group or a certain user. And you create a lot of these things. These are considered logical partitions, technically, if you want to think about it. And that all falls under directories. And this is just kind of one image that really is all encompassing. And then we're going to go into the details of these various segments in the next few pieces that we're going to cover right now. So directory services. Directory services are the centralized databases or systems that store and manage information about users, about devices, groups, and network resources. These services are essential for organizing and accessing and securing data across a company or an enterprise in general. Directory services are used to authenticate users and grant or restrict access to resources based on the role of the user, based on the responsibility of the user, and the privileges of the user. A very common service is called the LDAP, the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. And then another one is Active Directory. So Active Directory is the Windows version. LDAP would be more for the Linux version. And essentially, it's doing the same thing. There are ways that you can authenticate users and then group their access privileges to various resources based on their roles or their responsibilities and the privileges that are available to them. Getting a little bit deeper into LDAP, LDAP is the protocol that's used to access and manage directory information over a network, so over an internet connection. It provides a standard way, or actually it doesn't even need to be an internet connection. It could technically just be a network of computers or a network of devices. It provides a standard way to query and modify directory data like user credentials, organizational structures, and access rights. LDAP allows the clients to access directory information stored in a central repository and enables organizations to implement user authentication and authorization effectively. So the client being an individual user or an individual machine, technically, that could all be considered a client. So it allows clients to access the information of the directory that's stored inside of a central repository or a data server, for example, and then enables the organization to implement user authentication and authorization effectively. The structure of LDAP is hierarchical. It's often referred to as the directory information tree, and it represents the data in a tree-like format with each entry being a node that has its own attributes and values. And then so if you can imagine the hierarchical format, the top of the hierarchy would be the most privileged access level, or the all-encompassing access location. So it could be the root partition that stores everything else inside of it and all the various other technical and logical partitions or secondary extended partitions. You can have that be one of it. And then another version of this could be that there's the root administrator, and then under the root administrator we have other administrators, and then we have managers, and then we have tellers, and so on and so forth. So the usage would be that LDAP is commonly used for managing email systems, user authentication, and directory-based management of network resources. This is a really simple graphic just to kind of exemplify or display to us how LDAP works. And so we have the actual application that is on the very left side. So if we can look at the surface level or the endpoint, the main location that is public facing would be the business application, and that's connected to the LDAP directory. And then from this LDAP directory, we can have the email servers being a portion of the services, and then we can have user accounts being a portion of the services. License management for these users would be a portion of that service, and then these licenses that are attached to these user accounts will give them access to various resources on the business application. And the same thing with the email servers, and then the authorization portion of somebody wanting to access their email account and then needing to either authenticate themselves or actually have even authorization to be able to access something like that. Or these could just be standalone. So it could be the email servers connected to LDAP, authorization protocols are connected to LDAP, and then we have user accounts connected to LDAP, and then license management is also connected to LDAP. So it could technically be a tree structure where we have the directory itself, the LDAP directory starting from the root, if we wanted to look at it like that. And then from the root, you have these extended partitions. I like to think of them as partitions, but it could be subdirectories that would fall under the main directory that hosts the email servers, and it also hosts the authorization location for all of the users, and then the actual user accounts themselves, and the home directories for their users, and then license management, so on and so forth. So it's a tree-like structure that allows you to authenticate users and then at the same time give them access to various resources based on their roles and the rules that you have established inside of your enterprise. Active Directory is the directory service that's developed by Microsoft for managing and organizing domain resources in a Windows environment. So essentially the same concept, although I do think that Active Directory is a bit more user-friendly. It uses a special version of LDAP, which is called Active Directory LDAP, but it adds more features that are tailored to the Windows network and the Windows environment. So you have the domain controller. So these are the actual servers that store the AD information, and then they handle authentication authorization requests from users and computers within that domain. So you could have 3 different domains, and then for each domain, there's authentication and authorization requests that are being made from users and from computers to be able to access the resources within that domain. There's something called an organizational unit, which is a container that's used to organize objects in the database, and the object could be a user, a computer, and or a group. So a group can belong to an organizational unit, a computer can belong to an organizational unit, and a specific user can belong to an organizational unit. Typically, they can belong to one organizational unit, and then they can have access to various groups and policies. That's done through group policy objects, where they define the security policies for users and computers within that environment. So the user can belong to their main organizational unit, but they could actually have the ability to access resources from a variety of locations, and that's done through group policies and group policy objects. The usage of this would be to centralize management of users, groups, and computers and other resources in the enterprise. It enables the application of policies, authentication, and authorization across a network. And this is the more user-friendly, the human-friendly version of LDAP, because there's a lot of point and click and drag and drop type of functionality that just makes it very, very easy to add a new user and then drag that new user to a group, and now they have all of the permissions of that group, for example. This is the graphic to give us a good understanding of the Azure Active Directory service, which is Active Directory. It's just now it's being done through the cloud environment, and you can actually connect it to physical users in physical computers in a physical location, as well as cloud access and cloud services. So we can talk about just the central theme right here, which is Azure Active Directory, and what it does as a whole, which is having conditions for access, multi-factor authentication, access management, privilege identity management, identity protection, basically everything that we've talked about so far. It would be done via Azure Active Directory. But then it also feeds into the on-premise portion, meaning the actual physical data, physical servers, physical computers, and then the users that would be accessing those physical devices on premises. And then we also have the cloud environment. That could be the Azure cloud, the public cloud, the software as a service, which would be, for example, Office 365, and then they would get access to that as well. So you can provision the access of a user inside of Azure Active Directory to Office 365 from any given location. It doesn't have to be that physical computer that is on premises. They could essentially, as long as they have access to their username and password and multi-factor authentication, they get access Office 365 from any computer. And then we have the other segments of this. So you can actually create user accounts for your customers and vendor partners. You can create integrations with Facebook and a variety of other social media. And then you can, of course, integrate with other iOS, or not iOS, I should say, operating system. You could integrate with other operating systems, which is actually really neat. You could integrate Apple devices into your Azure Active Directory, and as well as Android devices. If we were talking about mobile devices, right? So you could basically have a MacBook or an iMac, and then you can have iPhones, and then you could also have Android phones, and essentially anything that is outside of Microsoft, and you can integrate those within your Active Directory so that they could be some of the objects that you're managing inside of your Active Directory. You would need obviously the licenses for those things, and you would be able to they just make it easy for you to do those integrations so that you can actually get iPhones to inside of your organization and assign them to employees, so on and so forth. So this is just kind of like a one-shot view of how Azure Active Directory works and the possibilities that you would have to use Azure Active Directory as your directory services. Which then brings us to authentication protocols. And so authentication defines how somebody identifies themselves, right? How they authenticate themselves. And this is done within the network as a whole, or inside of a given computer, or even trying to get access to a building, for example, and your key cards and so on and so forth. So there's a variety of different ways that somebody can authenticate themselves. And then there's a variety of different protocols that would be attached to that process of authentication. The protocol enables secure access to systems and resources, ensuring that only authorized users or authenticated users can log in or enter the building and interact with the resources or interact with the data, so on and so forth. So the most commonly used authentication protocols could be Kerberos, which is the most, I would say, advanced version of the ticketing system that exists inside of any kind of a environment. You have SAML, you have OAuth, and then you have OpenID. And OAuth is something that I believe Facebook uses. SAML exists inside of the Windows environment. Kerberos is inside of Windows as well as Apple. I don't want you to quote me on that, but I think it is on both sides. And an OpenID, as the name implies, is open source identification authentication protocol that can be applied to a website. It could be applied to an OS, or essentially any kind of asset that would support digital authentication. More about Kerberos. It's a network authentication protocol that's designed to provide authentication for client-server applications. So if you're trying to access a service or a database or something like that, it is designed to authenticate in that type of a relationship. It uses symmetric encryption to prove the identity of users and services, ensuring that no credentials are sent over the network in plain text. And it relies on the Key Distribution Center, the KDC, which includes two components. And I've done a good amount of videos on this particular concept, so you can actually search the channel for the Active Directory fundamentals videos that are a part of Cybersecurity 101, or really if you just search for Kerberos, you'll probably be able to find a variety of different videos as well. But I know for a fact that we have the Active Directory fundamentals and inside of the Windows fundamentals videos as well. So yeah, this is something that we've talked about fairly extensively, and there's a lot of detailed breakdown of the ticket granting tickets and as well as ticket granting services. So the Key Distribution Center has first the authentication service, and it verifies the user's identity with their username and password, for example, and then it issues a ticket that grants tickets. Okay, so that's what the ticket granting ticket is. So the ticket granting ticket is a ticket that will grant you access to other tickets, or it gives you permission to generate other tickets. Now what happens is that once you have gotten your TGT, you now are able to get a ticket that grants you access to a service. So first you get a ticket that grants you access to other tickets, meaning you can get all of these other tickets for individual services now. And then once you've gotten your TGT, you can go ahead and get tickets that grant you access to services. And then all of this is done without you having to enter your username and password multiple times. So essentially, this is kind of the detailed breakdown of how single sign-on typically works, which is what that OAuth comes in and where all these different things come in. These are just different versions of that, where it's like you authenticate yourself once through the authentication service. And then once you have authenticated yourself, you now get a ticket that grants you access to all of the other tickets in that environment, and the tickets that are allowed, you are authorized to access, right? And then you then can get tickets that will grant you access to services that you are authorized to access. So it removes the need for re-authenticating yourself multiple times and then giving you access to a variety of different services through this. I would say it's a simple system, but it can kind of be technical when you're trying to understand it or when you're trying to explain it. But then when you wrap your head around it, it's like, oh, okay, I kind of get it. So the usage would be that it's often used in enterprise networks and environments, particularly in Windows domains and Active Directory. And this keyword particularly implies that it is not specific and only available in Windows domains and Active Directory. You can actually use it in other types of operational system environments, operating system environments, but it is particularly used in Windows domains and Active Directory. So this is the visual here. It's kind of crazy, but I promise you can wrap your head around it. So it starts with the privileged user, right? So it starts with somebody first authenticating themselves. And then what happens is that that person will request a ticket granting ticket from the key distribution center, which is inside of the domain controller. And then the domain controller and the key distribution center will authenticate that person and then sends the encrypted TGT, the ticket that grants other tickets, and the session key. So for that session that they're logged in, let's say for the next 3 hours or for the next hour or whatever, during that session, this ticket granting ticket is valid and they can use that to get access to tickets that grant services. So then the client will send another request to the server asking for permission or asking to access ticket granting services. So they're asking for a ticket that will grant them access to a service, and then the domain controller and the key distribution center will send the encrypted session key as well as the ticket granting service, the ticket that grants access to a service, as well as that session key for that individual service. And then the client then goes and sends that service ticket to actually go ahead and access that service that they're trying to access. So let's say Office 365 or something. And for that session, as long as that session key is available and they're not required to log in again or authenticate themselves again, because these things do expire. Because if they were non-expiring, right, if there was no expiration date or time to it, then technically that person would be logged in indefinitely inside of that service, and then they will never have to re-authenticate themselves. And then if somebody hacks into their system, they are now at the risk of being exploited. And this is where the sending of the encrypted timestamp from the actual validation of the client comes in, and the service says, okay, here's your timestamp, here's your access to your service, and then you're good for the service will never say that you're good for this amount of time, but it sends that timestamp to actually start keeping track of the person's login and when they logged in, and then when that TGS, that ticket that grants a service, when that would actually expire. A lot of times when you log into a website and then there's a prompt that comes from Google Chrome that says, remember me on this browser. When you do something like that, that's a version of you saying, I don't want to re-authenticate myself, so remember me inside of your keys, inside of these sessions that you have. And every time that I try to log back in, don't authenticate me again, because I want you to trust this browser. I want you to trust the computer that I'm logging in from. So don't ask me for authentication again. Now, if you don't do that, the next time that you try to log in, the day after or something like that, then we'll ask you for authentication again, and then it just starts from the very first step right here, and it'll just go through all these things. And this happens within a matter of a few seconds, maybe a second or two. So this is not like a long process. Really, the only thing that you have to do as the client is to just authenticate yourself, and then the requests go out and the server responds, and then you actually get access to the service that you need. But for the most part, this is what's happening in the background when you try to access a given system or a given server or a service using Kerberos, and that is typically done inside of the Windows environment. Our next authentication protocol would be SAML, and SAML is an XML-based authentication protocol, and it works it allows for single sign-on. So it facilitates single sign-on, and it does it across a variety of web applications. So it allows the identity provider to authenticate users and send a SAML assertion to a service provider, granting access to the resources of that service. So the way that it works is that the identity provider is the entity that authenticates the user the first time, and then it issues the SAML assertion. So think of this as the ticket, right? So it issues the SAML assertion, and then the service provider is the application or the service that is relying on the IDP, the identity provider, for that authentication. And then the user is the individual who's actually authenticated. And then once they've authenticated themselves through the IDP, then they actually get access to the service through the service provider. So SAML is widely used in enterprise environments for web-based single sign-on and in federated identity management scenarios where multiple organizations are trying to access resources on each other's websites, essentially. That's what SAML does. And so this is what that looks like inside of one image. This is a little bit chaotic as well, but thankfully we have these numbers that kind of tell us how these whole things work. So it starts with the user right here, right? So we have the user on the far right here. And the first step for the user is to request access to a given resource. And then what happens is that that request will go through the service provider, and the service provider relies on this identity provider. So the request is gone to the service provider. The service provider forwards that request, and it's an unauthenticated request, and they are redirected to the SAML identity provider with the service access request, right? And then so then that will go through the service provider, or excuse me, it will go through the identity provider, and it will go to the displaying of the login page. So the user submits their request, the request from the service, from the web application, goes to the identity provider, and the identity provider displays the login screen to the user. So this piece right here, 1, 2, 3 right here, this is all done essentially in one shot. And so when the user sends their request, the next thing that they see is a login screen. And then so they authenticate themselves either through a fingerprint, which is what we see over here. It could be done through a face scan, anything like that. And then of course, it could be the user's username and password, their email and password. And then so those credentials are then sent for verification inside of the database, and then that database is sent to the identity provider, right? So it's something that the identity provider verifies. So once that authentication has been verified, the identity provider then sends the notice to the service provider and says, this guy has been authenticated. He's in our database as one of the authorized users. So allow him to actually access the resource, allow him to enter the website. And this is what this looks like behind the screen when you try to log into Gmail, for example, from a new computer or something like that. But what happens is usually Gmail will also send you this like multi-factor authentication. It says, hey, open your YouTube app and verify that this is you, and then click on the number that matches the number that we're showing you here, so on and so forth. So there's usually multi-factor authentication that happens with these like heavy hitter type services, which would be Microsoft or Google or something like that. So, but this is what it looks like when you're trying to enter a web application. This is basically is what's happening, which isn't complicated to understand, right? So it's like you send the request, so you send the request is what, my God, I keep doing this because I'm like looking at multiple screens. So you send the request goes to the service provider forwards your request to the identity provider, which then says, okay, first authenticate yourself, Mr. User. So this whole thing, this 1, 2, 3 is one shot. Then you authenticate yourself. Those authentication credentials are verified against the database of all of the authorized users. And if you're actually in that database, you are verified, and the identity provider lets the service know that you are actually part of the database of authorized users, and then you get to access the service. OAuth is the open standard for authorization that's used to grant third-party applications access to user resources without sharing credentials. So this is something that Facebook uses, for example, when you try to go into a website that you want to shop with, for example, or even Google. Google does something similar to this as well. When you try to log in to a website and then you just say log in with Facebook or log in with Google, and you don't have to enter your username and password. You don't have to enter your email and password. So they share those the login credentials, actually they don't even share the credentials. They just authenticate you. So they authenticate you via this third-party application, and then these things, or they authenticate you via OAuth, excuse me, and then they allow you access to a third-party application. So Google will authenticate you, and then they'll allow you access to Shopify website somewhere that you want to buy something on. The primarily use for this is to delegate access. So OAuth is primarily used for delegated access, which allows users to authorize external services to act on their behalf. So OAuth uses access tokens to grant access to protected resources. User authenticate with an identity provider like Google, Facebook, or Twitter, and then authorize a third-party application to access their data. And then OAuth is commonly used in web and mobile applications, like granting access to social media accounts, APIs, and cloud services. So you have most likely used some kind of a website or some kind of a service when you try to log in. So let's say ButcherBox, for example, or something like this, where you try to log in and it says log in using your Google account. And then you just click log in using Google account, and then you'll see a notification screen that says, do you authorize this website to access your Google data to actually create your login for you? And then whatever your Google account is that's saved in that browser or on your phone or something, that's the Google account that will receive the email saying, hey, we just actually created an account for you from, for ButcherBox. And then all of the notifications that you get from now on are going to go to that specific email address that you said, yeah, allow ButcherBox to use my Google data. And then you were authenticated, and now you get access to use ButcherBox, right? So that's basically how this whole thing works. OpenID is the authentication protocol that enables single sign-on across multiple websites and services. It allows users to authenticate once with an identity provider and then access multiple relying party services without needing to log in again. So this is typically what happens when you, for example, log into Gmail, and then now because you're logged into Gmail, you can actually log into Google Docs, you can access Google Sheets, you can access YouTube, you can access basically everything that is connected to Gmail. That's a version of single sign-on. You log in once into your Gmail account, but being logged into Gmail account gives you access to every single Google product for the most part. And so this is one version of this. So it allows users to authenticate via the OpenID provider. After the user authenticates, the provider issues an OpenID token, which the relying party uses to verify the user's identity. OpenID is used in conjunction with OAuth in many applications, such as Google, Facebook, GitHub, to allow users to log in with their existing account credentials. All right, story time, and this is Microsoft. So Microsoft has been actively leveraging Azure Active Directory to enhance the security posture and mitigate the risk of credential theft in these recent years. And the key feature is that Azure Active Directory incorporates several features designed to prevent credential theft, which includes multi-factor authentication, right? So you try to log into something, it sends you a secret code or at least a temporary password or something like that. So it requires users to provide 2 or more forms of verification. The password is at the very first thing, and then the code from the Authenticator app would be another one of those things. A temporary code sent to your email would be another one of those things. And then once you've authenticated, you access the accounts, significantly increasing security against phishing and credential stuffing attacks. And then you have conditional access. This allows administrators to define granular access control policies based on various factors like the user's location, the device's health, and risk levels. So if you're not in the Pacific Standard Time Zone, for example, and that's one of the key requirements, that you can only access 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Pacific Standard Time. That would be a conditional access rule. And then if you're trying to access outside of that window, then you're not going to be able to get access, right? That would be one thing. And then there's another one, which is if your IP address is not inside of the California location, then you can't access, right? If the health of your device has been tampered with, so if there's something wrong and the health of your device isn't at least meeting the minimum threshold, then you can't access. So these are all considered conditions, right? And then it obviously helps to prevent unauthorized access, even if the credentials are actually compromised or if the credentials are correct, right? So if somebody uses the right credentials, meaning that your credentials have been compromised, they have access to your credentials, even if that's right, then these various conditions themselves prevent the malicious intent of actually going through the malicious access to actually be completed. And then of course there's identity protection. So it features this feature leverages machine learning and threat intelligence to detect and respond to suspicious activities like unusual login attempts, password spraying, and compromised credentials. So when essentially password spraying means that like they found access to, let's say, 100 user accounts, and then they're using the same exact password, like a default password, to spray and try to access at least one of those user accounts with the same password. That is essentially what that means. And then obviously compromised credentials, which we already have figured out. So these are the various things that Azure AD and Microsoft in general have been trying to focus on to enhance their security posture. There was a legitimate impact that actually was effective in the real world. Meaning, for example, in the SolarWinds supply chain attack that we've talked about a few times, Microsoft's use of Azure Active Directory, including the multi-factor authentication and conditional access, helped to prevent widespread compromise within its own organization. So even though there was tampered code inside of the SolarWinds application, because there was multi-factor authentication and conditional access in place, then within the Microsoft organization, those things that messed up code that was inside of the SolarWinds update was not able to affect Microsoft's devices for essentially just to kind of like condense and try to simplify what happened. That the infected update was not affecting the Microsoft organization. So all of this to say what? All of this to say that IAM is a critical component of cybersecurity. Obviously, identity and access management is massive. Implementing robust IAM solutions like the Azure Active Directory is essential for protecting against credential theft and other cyber threats. Multi-factor authentication is very important. I would say it's mandatory. If you don't have it, you're really dropping the ball. So implementing MFA for all the users is a critical step in enhancing account security and mitigating the risk of credential compromise. And then continuous monitoring and improvement, like the continuous monitoring part and improvement. This is again something that it's just going to keep coming up in literally every chapter that we talk about. So organizations have to continuously monitor their IAM system and audit them and adapt their security controls to address evolving threats. And so these are just a few key takeaways from our IAM real world story. So we have this video for independent studies, which is the identity and access management tutorial that is available on this channel that you're watching this. There's also some of the recent videos that came out since I created this notes document for Security Plus. And that is the Windows Fundamentals, which is a part of the Cybersecurity 101, the CySec 101 playlist. And then there's the Active Directory Fundamentals. That's a part of CySec 101 playlist. So those combined with the Identity and Access Management tutorial will give you a really good in-depth understanding of everything that has to do with Identity Access Management, Active Directory, so on and so forth. So I would definitely recommend that you go check those out. And now we're going to jump into the practice questions for 3D. All right, here we go. What is the primary purpose of directory services in IAM? So to provide an encrypted communication channel, whoops, I was not meaning to do that. I gave the answer away, but let's try to process these answers anyway. So to provide an encrypted communication channel between users and servers. So the purpose of directory services in IAM is not encryption. The purpose is to actually manage services, manage groups, manage users. So it's not encryption. To store and manage information about users and devices and network resources. I mean, we already know that that's the answer. But that actually does make sense too when you think about it, because again, it's information about users, devices, network resources, groups, so on and so forth. To grant administrative privileges to users based on roles, that is actually a part of it, but it's not the sole purpose of it. It's not the primary purpose of it. And to monitor user activity and generate logs for compliance, that has nothing to do with it. So that would be something like an intrusion detection system or a SIM or the event manager or something like that. So the answer is B, as we've already kind of gathered. I accidentally clicked the mouse and that was revealed to us, but now you kind of, we've gone through the logic, right? All right, next question. Which of the following is a key feature of Active Directory? So it allows for the distribution of public keys for encryption. That is not the key feature of Active Directory. It's actually a feature of Kerberos, I would say, or one of these authentication services that allows us to use Active Directory, or it's a part of Active Directory, but it's not the key feature of Active Directory. It provides centralized management of users, groups, and computers within a domain. That's pretty much it. It is used exclusively for database management. That is not true. It is only used for email communication. Not true at all. So B would be the answer. Which authentication protocol uses a key distribution center for user authentication? So remember the KDC, the key distribution center, and that whole ticket granting services. That's all a part of Kerberos, right? The SAML was the attribution. So it was the SAML attribution, open authentication, and OpenID, or OAuth and OpenID were not even a part of this entire conversation at all. I mean, technically they were, but they don't use a key distribution center. The key distribution center is part of the Kerberos. It's proprietary to Kerberos, so to speak. Which of the following is a major difference between SAML and OAuth? So SAML is used for authorization while OAuth is used for authentication, and that was actually not true. So when we were looking at OAuth, the description of it at the very beginning, it was talking about authorization. It wasn't even talking about authentication. SAML is an XML-based authentication protocol used for single sign-on, while OAuth is used for authorization and delegated access. That sounds pretty solid. SAML only works for web-based applications, while OAuth works for mobile applications. That's not true. SAML uses access tokens, while OAuth uses SAML assertions. That's not true. This is vice versa. This is reversed. And this is also not true, because SAML does not just work for web-based applications. And SAML is an XML-based authentication protocol used for single sign-on, while OAuth is used for authorization and delegated access. That would be my answer. Very good. Which protocol is commonly used for single sign-on across multiple web services? So Kerberos was the ticket and the key distribution center. SAML is the XML, which is used for multiple web application services as well, but it's not just specific to that. What we talked about was actually it probably is SAML, because LDAP is the directory services, and it's for the management of users and groups and assets and things like that. It's not specific to web services. And file transfer protocol, FTP, is not even a part of this conversation. So this is just to kind of like mislead us. This is automatically wrong. LDAP is not a part of this conversation because it's a part of the directory services. It's the lightweight directory access protocol. So this is not even part of it. It is kind of misleading because the names, when you actually break these names down, this is the file transfer protocol, and then this is the lightweight directory access protocol. So the question says which protocol is commonly used for single sign-on, and it's easy to kind of confuse you if you break these down and you're like, well, protocol is in the name, so maybe that's what it is. And it's like, well, no, that's how they mess with you. So I would say that it's SAML, and the answer is SAML. Yes, very good. What is the primary function of OAuth in the context of authentication? Is it to authenticate users with passwords, to authorize third-party applications to access user resources without sharing credentials? That's pretty damn good. I think that's actually it. Because remember, using like Facebook to log into a third party, or using Google to log into a third party like ButcherBox, right? To encrypt user data during transmission, that's not it. That's like a security protocol. To manage user groups and roles, that's not it either. That's Active Directory as a whole, right? So I would say the answer is B, to authorize third-party applications to access users, to access user resources without sharing credentials. And then there we go. Okay, cool. Which of the following is an example of a secure authentication protocol used in Active Directory environments? So a secure authentication protocol. So keep that in mind, right? So the trick here again is the protocol keyword that kind of messes with you a little bit. So if we were to think about the FTPS, it's the file transfer protocol secured, right? So secure is in it, protocol is in it, but this is a file transfer protocol. And that's not what we're talking about. Same thing right here, the secure file transfer protocol. Another one of these two are actual protocols. So the FTPS and SFTP are actual protocols. And so is Secure Shell. Secure Shell is also another protocol. But this is for accessing command line remote environments. And these are for file transfer. So the only answer here that even makes sense is Kerberos. So there we go. This is where, like, if you can do the process of elimination, you can deduce what the right answers are if you just know how to eliminate all the wrong answers. Which protocol allows a user to authenticate using credentials from a third-party identity provider like Google or Facebook? So we actually just faced a very similar version of this, which was asking us about OAuth, right? So OAuth is what allows you to authenticate using credentials from a third-party identity provider like Google or Facebook. Now, the thing, actually, it's not OAuth. I would say it's OpenID, because so LDAP, again, is just the directory services. Kerberos is what we had with the key distribution center, and it's not that anything that allows us to use third parties or access third parties. So it's between these two now. OAuth was for authorization, and OpenID was for authentication, which is kind of like a single sign-on. So which allows you to authenticate using credentials from a third-party identity provider like Google or Facebook. I would say it's OpenID. That'll be my guess. So let's see. Yes, I'm so glad that that's actually right. So OpenID, because OAuth, I've just kind of registered in my brain that OAuth is for authorization and OpenID is for authentication. And the question is telling us authentication. So it allows you to authenticate using credentials from a third party like Google or Facebook. So that would be OpenID. Which of the following is not a typical feature of Active Directory? So managing users' accounts and groups, that is a feature. Implementing group policy objects, that is a feature. Providing a public key infrastructure for encryption, not really. Assigning security permissions for network resources, that I would say that is also a feature that we can implement using our group policy objects. So providing a public key infrastructure for encryption, that doesn't seem like the right answer. So I feel like that is not a typical feature of Active Directory. Okay, very good. Excellent. Which of the following best describes the role of a directory service in IAM? So remember, when we're talking about directory services like LDAP or Active Directory, their purpose is user management, group management, resource management, so on and so forth. So what is the best described what best describes the role of a directory service? So it allows users to authenticate without passwords. That is not it. It ensures that only authenticated users can access specific resources. I would say that's probably one of them. It encrypts sensitive data across the network. That's not it. It generates logs for intrusion. That's not it either. So I would say it's B. It ensures that only authenticated users can access specific resources. Yes. Okay, very good. All right, so scenario. An organization uses a centralized system to manage user credentials and control access to various applications. Administrators can assign roles and permissions from a single location. What directory service is being used? And is it OAuth? No, because it's for authorization specifically. Is it SAML? No, that's XML based for the web applications. And then Kerberos is a key distribution center that grants tickets to access other tickets and services. What we're talking about is a centralized system to manage user credentials and control access to various applications. Administrators can assign roles and permissions from a single location. I would say that would be LDAP. Okay, very good. A user logs in to a cloud-based HR platform using their corporate credentials. The login process is handled by a trusted third-party identity provider, which authenticates the user and redirects them to the application. So if you can remember the authentication process that we were talking about, where we're trying to access a service, and then the service would go to the identity provider shows you a login page, that gets sent to the database gets back to the identity provider, so on and so forth. So which authentication protocol is most likely being used? So if you can kind of recall that image, this is exactly what we're seeing right here. And this is for a cloud-based HR platform, meaning this is web-based. They're accessing this from a website, a web application, and then they're doing their corporate credentials, which is going to check against the database, and it's being done by the third-party identity provider. So I would say it's not Kerberos, and it's not. This is kind of tricky because OAuth is just the name itself is kind of messing with you a little bit. But again, this is for authorization. We're talking about authentication right now. And LDAP is the directory service that manages users and so on and so forth. So SAML was the one that my mind was connected to, that image, that big image that I showed you with like the whole thing. So I would say it's SAML, and the answer is SAML. Let's go. All right, so a mobile application requests limited access to a user's Google account to retrieve their email address and name without collecting their password. So a mobile application requests limited access to a user's Google account, so we're using Google to log in, to retrieve their email address and name without collecting their password. So is it SAML? No. Is it Kerberos? No, because we already kind of know what these things are. OAuth would be for authorization. So we're talking about authentication, and that would be OpenID. No. So a mobile application requests limited access to a user's Google account to retrieve their email address and name without collecting their password. I thought it was OpenID. Okay, I have to verify this. I need to verify this question right here. So let's go and check out the answers here, the questions that we have. Okay, so the actual answer was OAuth, so I got the answer wrong. And Gemini analyzed our question here and says it most likely it's OAuth, and it's because it's specifically designed for authorizing third-party applications. It actually uses data on a specific service without requiring the user to share the thing, and why the other options are less likely. So we already knew that these two were not the answer. So it says OpenID Connect is an identity layer that's built on top of OAuth. While it can be used for similar purposes, the scenario specifically mentions accessing limited user data, which is email and name, which aligns better with the core functionality of OAuth. So that's why. And I almost want to review the notes one more time. I think this is actually the last question. Yeah, that is the last question that we have for section 3D anyway. So let's go and review these notes just one more time, because this is not messing with me a little bit. This is the full notes document, by the way. The one that we're using for the presentation is different from this, but we can see that. So OAuth is the open standard for authorization used. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. It's used to grant third-party applications limited access to resources without sharing credentials. It's primarily used for delegated access, allowing users to authorize external services to act on their behalf. It uses access tokens to grant access to protected resources. Users are authenticated with an identity provider like Google and authorize a third-party application to access their data. It's commonly used in web and mobile applications web and mobile applications, such as granting access to social media accounts, APIs, and cloud services. OpenID is the authentication protocol that enables single sign-on across multiple websites. It allows users to authenticate once with an identity provider and then access the multiplying relying party services without needing to log in. OpenID is used in conjunction with OAuth in many applications like such as Google and Facebook to allow users to log in with their existing credentials. It allows users to authenticate via the OpenID provider. After the user has authenticated, the provider issues an OpenID token, which relying party uses to verify. So, I mean, they're so close. They're so close. OAuth is an open standard for authorization used to grant party applications access to resources without sharing credentials. OpenID is for authentication, and they work hand in hand. So this is the thing, right? This is the thing that's kind of a little bit tricky here. The question says a mobile application requests limited access to the user's Google account to retrieve their email address and name without collecting their password. So mobile application could use both OpenID and OAuth, right? So to request limited access to a user's Google account would be on the, I would say it would be on the authorization conversation. And that's probably the piece that I didn't pay full attention to, right? So it's the mobile application wanting limited access to a user's a Google account and limited access. This is under the identity and access management, right? So identity would be our authentication would be identity, and then authorization would be access. So that's where the question tripped me up, and I freaking fell for it. I'm so upset about that. But for the most part, I think I got all the other questions right, so I'm happy about that piece. At least I got one wrong. That's okay. That's fine. All right, and now we actually can move to our brand new chapter, which is the incident response chapter. It's actually not 4A is incident response, but the chapter that we're going to be moving into is the chapter. What is the chapter? Real quick, it is security operations. So we're going into security operations, and the first chapter in that is incident response. So let's get into it. This Security Plus training series is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And to get access to the training documents for Security Plus, as well as all of the practice questions inside of that slideshow, as well as the mock examination links that are available in the documents, you would join Hackaholics Anonymous as either a cyber agent, cyber guardian, or a cyber master. And if you join as any one of those tiers, you get exclusive downloads, which includes all of these Security Plus training documents and mock exams, so on and so forth. But you would also get Python automations for system administration, cybersecurity, pen testing. You would get access to live streams that go on monthly with me, Discord servers for advanced members, exclusive downloads, exclusive content, and of course a myriad of other things as well. And it would be my pleasure to actually see you inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. And to be able to join, you would need to simply just click the link in the description below. You can also come to our homepage on the channel and just click on this simple little join button that we have over here, or you can go to youtube.com/hankhackshackers/join, and that would give you access to that little pop-up that you just saw, which shows you all of the different tiers of Hackaholics Anonymous.